All right, welcome for joining us. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it for the Wayward Ones. In session
Wayward
38.
back!
New
Yeah.
alarms. And we're back. Woo, yeah. Okay. So where are we? Well, we had scoped out Lady Trillia's fort. We working with the Ivrai eventually here, actually in the morning, I think is what we had designated, to attack the fort and draw them kind of forces and then come at it at a different angle. You all had the decision process, if I recall correctly, to come in from the water side. And then you were going to have them kind of attack the frontish gate area, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you sent your messages already either through, I think, the Mastiff, right? The steed. Still summoned.
I think we
But you
sent
did,
a message.
but you didn't actually use the Mastiff to do it. If I recall correctly, I remember rolling and being like, "What's the dog for?" I have a very distinct memory of that.
The Mastiff was left there, and I think I thought I still cast Ascending anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
The Mastiff is for more emergency situations.
Yeah, emergency.
They have a dog now.
They have a dog now.
He did detect if they were the enemy or not, so that was like pretty useful, I guess.
Yeah. So we're on our way back to a safer area, which is the tree line over by a small dock area that potentially the Ivrai were using to land their boats and also help Fey refugees. It's kind of a low stash point. And so that was something that the Ivrai had noted in the previous time. And now we're getting to this. And so that coincides with reality. Most likely the Ivrai are going to be heading there relatively soon to be ready for this attack in the morning. Now, there's no fog here. Remember, we have no fog. There's no time. This is real. Everything is synchronous at this point. And you are in the dead of night-ish. I was going to say not really dead of night. It's more like evening in terms of the time. I looked at the clock and I was like, I'm pretty sure it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. Like, oh no, never mind. And our relative position, we might have I would say a couple more miles to go into the steep grass before we get to the tree line. And we noticed something with our perceptions that there was some movement, right? And so it's kind of clued us in that something is happening, and you all kind of stopped and had this moment of just listening and waiting. Well, so did they stop and listened and waited. And it kind of had this moment of just like being like, oh, what is going to happen? Who's the first one to move? And then we had illusionary magic used, right? And then all of a sudden we had shifting of the movement, and then they were throwing up arrows, these little spark, like firework, right? Kind of drawing off a little bit of light to try to shed some things. And all you all did was kind of stay there. Now, what's prompted the combat is that you all grouped yourselves together and then began to move. And then all of a sudden the arrow, you can hear the bows drawn back and the arrows are being fired. So that is where we ended it. You can that's why we have initiatives, because the bows are being strung and then fired. You can now hear the arrow being placed and then launched. So that's why we're going to the initiative. So without further ado, get the sound of the giant bell ring. Felix is, that's good. You know what? That's good. All right, Felix, you are first, round one.
And we don't see any of these people around us, right?
No.
Without concentration on major image, cast dancing lights around me in 4 different directions to try to light up this grass area a little bit for them, for the people that can't see. Hopefully catching some of these people. If you could do it for me, that'd be great. So like one in each direction, like a 360 light.
Okay.
As a range of 120 feet, so 4 of these lights, in covering each angle.
How about we do this? How about you ping to me?
Actually, they have to be within 20 feet of another light grid. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, why don't you ping to me where you would like them, and then I will place a template down, and then I'll create a light source. Yeah, I'm trying to throw it down. Yep. The square. They don't want to form into squares. Okay. Awesome. All right, so each light's 10 foot of dim. Like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does
Alright.
that light anybody else?
So you're going to drop concentration in the image. You throw out the lights. You don't see anything within the grass nearby you.
Okay, so as bonus action, I can move them up to 60 feet.
Mhm.
They have to stay within 20 feet of another one. So I'm just going to kind of spread it out on the two sides.
Okay, so you're going to go 20 feet opposite of you, right? And just begin to spread it
Yeah,
out.
so just moving them 60 feet, these two.
Here, I'm going to have a... Give me 1 second here. I have an idea.
Just kind of like strafing to see if it lights anything up. Yeah, there we go.
They should be configured. Let me make sure. You should be the owner of them now. You should be able to move them. And they should give off their own light sources.
Yeah, there we go. And so like strafing them as they're going by, seeing if anybody lights up.
Okay. So you strafe them as you go by, creating the angles and such. The only perception that you have is over on this particular one. You can see on just the edge of that light brush is beginning to move.
Okay. All right, good. I was gonna point out. Hey, I think there's one over there, and move behind Joe over here. Now my turn.
Okay. All right. Costa strip next.
Okay, this, is something, could you remind me, these people were Fae before they were brainwashed, right?
They actually were Ivrai.
So these aren't the Fae, okay. Just they would be half elves, so that won't work. Just do my combat record. I'm just gonna pull out my shield and take a, hide action for now.
You're gonna take the hot. You're gonna like stealth.
Yes. If I can find it.
What?
You can find a blade of grass to hide behind.
I mean, we're literally covered in grass, so it's not gonna be hard to. Nice.
So you take your shield out, which is heavy, and then you're starting to throwing the grass around you. I can't right now. Like the roleplay wise, just like.
Yeah, buddy, I don't think that's gonna work.
So a couple different points you could do. So you could have done. I'm gonna take this what you're doing, but you could have done a dodge, and you could have proned out too. Those are two different options you could have done in terms of like if there's arrows coming at you. Right.
I know, but I'm at this point. I think it's better to be better to hide.
Gotcha.
I don't know. Twisted logic.
All right, Costas, 2 arrows are coming for you.
Fun.
25 hits you. Take 9 points of piercing damage. Second bow comes out. Second arrow fired off. It's a double natural 1. You can hear the misstep of swamp, marsh, and steps giving off position of the target. Seems the arrows are originating from there. Red ambusher comes out. third longbow shot. That is a miss completely. So two arrows, one just zinged off, and the other one goes into your shield. And then the step of that second bowstring, they step into the grass in the marsh, revealing their position. However, when you look in that general vicinity, you don't see them. So those who have dark vision, who hear that, and they turn their heads, and they hear the bow, and they can see some of the grass moving. You don't see them. Australia up next.
Israel kind of does almost like a half facepalm, seeing Costas' attempt to hide, but then remembers we're being ambushed, and well, so I started blasting, and follows where Felix pointed to, and chucks out a little bead, and we're gonna go boom with a fireball. Like it.
I like how it targeted the dancing light. That's awesome. Can the dancing light be targeted? I don't think it can. That's not a thing. That's awesome.
No.
He's doing the ball.
They're just doing it because it's a token.
Yeah, it's a token. Honestly, I've never used the dancing light GB2A. This is cool looking. That's super
Game
dope.
changer.
Yeah, it's a game changer. Okay. I see for a brief moment both the creatures caught in the backdrop of the light. They are going to fail their saving throws. They're hit by the light, and it's going to drop them out of the invisibility from the light of the fireball as it explodes outwards, kind of shedding. But the fireball is not enough to catch this wet marsh grass, and as such, the light then begins to dissipate, and they once again disappear into the darkness. They'd also be, particularly they are still alive, but they seem to be scathed, some of the things that are kind of blown off, and they're kind of taken by surprise of the fireball as it erupts, but damage has been dealt.
All right, then we'll do a bonus action, start up a blade song, and we're gonna start, because we have an idea of where somebody is, where the arrow was shot from, and start done. And that's it.
Okay. All right. Othalia, you're up next.
Okay. Well, first.
There goes the bag of holding.
In the mental link, I'd say real quick, I currently see 4, 3 in front of you, Israel, and they're you caught 2 of them. Then we're gonna cast slow. And the 3 in front.
So you throw off the spell because it sparkles with the lights. You notice that they're kind of looking at the grass. You're catching the invisibility here, in terms of, I think Gloomstalker invisibility. Your true sight here given by Arcane Eye, right?
See invisibility.
Yeah, see invisibility. I'm gonna probably just make. I know I've played in a couple games. They're like, oh, Gloomstalker invisibility is not like. It's like different, but I'm gonna play just because of how this and these characters' backstories are. I'm gonna say that See Invisibility for sure sees these with that spell up. So have no fear there. So with the spell as it kind of explodes, and you see a couple of them are kind of hit by some of the like this particles of the spell, where the other one kind of ducks underneath, right? Is able to get out of the way.
Nice. Then I probably want to duck out the way, and that'd be EO2.
Okay. All right. So we now come to one that has been slowed. Obviously, with all you can see this, the rest of the party cannot. This particular character having the slow condition seems to be greatly, I would say, greatly impacted by what they could potentially do. They are going to move about half of their movement speed to try to separate themselves outwards. They begin to shift through the grass, just kind of shoveling themselves through very briefly. That movement has been detected by Thea, as well as those who have some dark vision, and I think most of your passive perceptions. I think all of them are able to see that creature has moved to that particular spot. Okay, so I'm going to ping you, kind of guide you, but I'm not going to draw templates. Keep track of some things, and I can always remind you with another ping if that's the case. Now, can't use reactions on a turn. Can use use either an action or a bonus action, not both. Regardless, you can only one range attack, and so it kind of pulls the bow back very slowly, and then begins to fire in the direction of Istriel, who's really charged forward at this point. And so it's going to go in for the bow fire. Going to launch it. Now, the advantage is still given. It's still an invisible target to you, Istriel, so you can't see when that bow really launches. That 26 is going to hit you. The arrow kind of bunks right into your shoulder, and you take 9 points of piercing damage. In terms of the Dread Ambusher feature here, that is an additional weapon attack, and that weapon attack does not constitute because of the slow, so they do not get the Dread Ambusher feature, because that is an additional weapon attack, and they can't do that with slow. So, end the turn there. You now begin to hear shoveling of movements in other grass coming from the northern direction, and the cycling of movements. One enters in a little bit into dark vision space for Thea here. You're able to perceive that, as well as Felix. And you can hear the shuffling of that grass, and then arrows are launched in the direction of Costas. The movement there, they begin to fire towards Costas. Felix goes right over your head with the first arrow, right into the back. Costas, 26 hits, 7 points of piercing damage. And then another arrow here. 20 hits you, Costas, again. Into the back, you're becoming a porcupine. And the third and final arrow launches. 16 misses, you now duck underneath, the arrow kind of flies forward, and that one's the Dread Ambusher, so no D8 added on. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Okay, was I able to hear like a general sense of where they would be, such that I can lob a conjure barrage in their general direction?
I would probably say from the fireball, you would know that there is two enemies. They definitely got lit up. There's one enemy here, and then there's one enemy there. So you're pretty confident that there's two enemies there. You've also seen with your dark vision now given to you, there was some movement of step here, and then there was a movement of step here. But you don't know in context of how many targets would be. You just know that the two were hit by a fireball, and that's two, not one and one.
Okay, well, I mean, I didn't see anybody die from that fireball, right?
No, you just saw it kind of
moving.
lit, and they got hit by it, and they kind of took themselves back a little bit, but they were still upright.
Okay. Wait, how do I change the direction of the cone again?
The scroll wheel.
Ah. I'm gonna set that off that away.
So the conjure barrage is from yourself, so the cone has to emanate from yourself.
Oh.
So you can move up to that point and then launch the barrage if that's what you'd like to do. Totally fine.
All right, sure. Can I just retcon that I was up there at that point?
Yeah, totally fine. I just was, helping you out a little bit. Obviously, shaking off the cobwebs, right?
Thank you.
So this
Yeah,
is
it's
probably
been a
the
while.
first time I think you've used it. I don't remember using this. So
Used it once before, but yeah.
Okay. So you're throwing a non-magical weapon, some piece of ammunition into the air, and then create a cone of identical weapons that shoot forward, kind of as they launch. So these arrows multiply, and then they kind of shoot off, penetrating into the grasses. The creatures are going to make dexterity saving throws to try to get out of the way of them. You don't get to see any of this and what happens. You just know that they get stuck into some things. Like you can hear the thudding of some kinds, and then a little bit of grunts, like that gives you a kind of a tale that you did hit targets, but you don't see any bodies or anything lumping into the grass.
Gotcha. As a bonus action, I would like to use Nature's Veil and become invisible.
Okay. So using a 10th level ranger feature here, drawing on the powers of nature, you hide yourself as a bonus action. You can become magically invisible along with any equipment you're wearing till the start of your next turn. So I'm going to go ahead and put on the invisible condition here.
Sweet.
Okay.
And that'll be it.
All right, ending turn, you hear more shoveling of grass. Seems to be coming in this general direction. And as such, Costas, you are then the one spotted out from your failed stealth check here and movements. So they're firing upon you. 26 hits you, 9 points of piercing damage. Another strike comes outwards. 26 hits you. Rolling high today, boys. Another 9. And then the third strike comes out. I've rolled really high right now. 23 hits you. And that's going to be an 11 plus the d8 for the Dread Ambusher. Ooh, that's a lot of damage here for 19 total piercing damage. It lands right into your back. 3 arrows. Quick succession, all 3 into your back.
Dang, brah.
Wow. Impressive stuff.
All right. You now hear movement coming from this general direction. That's a shuffling of grass. It seems that the person's like at a half knee crawling through the grass. They then begin to outstretch their hand as they begin to invoke greenish magic in the general direction of the party. Begins to fill in space to encapsulate this here. So they're throwing it outwards. And the vines begin to kind of grow and different things from underneath Costas, Soren, and Felix.
It didn't ask us for a save.
Okay. Go ahead and make a strength saving throw for it, please. It's probably because of the template. Nice! All right, so Costas, Felix, you're easily able to shake that off, ripping off the vines. Unfortunately, Soren is not so lucky. Soren has been restrained. They can take an action to try to get themselves out of that. Yeah, you're up next. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I can't see anybody, but I know generally based on sound where they are. Correct.
Correct. You can try to fire at them. You can hear the movements of them. It's not that you can't target invisible creature. You just have disadvantage against invisible creature.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now I'm just trying to determine who do I aim at.
Yeah, it's your choice.
You know what?
And
I'm gonna try to go for the one up north that just attacked Costas.
okay, I'm going to go ahead and remove the invisibility so you can target. Just hold down control for disadvantage. They're black tokens as well, so it's probably really
Okay.
challenging.
Yeah.
That's there, though, I swear to you.
Yes. Okay, I targeted it, and then I hold down control for
Yep.
disadvantage.
All right, the arrow flies. 21 even with disadvantage. Really good shot. 9 points of piercing damage is dealt. Lands in the lower left of the thigh. I also need you to roll your... I was going to say, we have double... Would it be a regular roll? Because you're catching them by surprise. They didn't notice you. So it'd be a straight roll. Did you get in at 20?
Mm-mm.
No, not at 20. So we can still take 21. Shouldn't have you roll disadvantage for the first attack because they didn't actually detect you because of the first round of combat. So you can go roll sneak attack damage because you are surprising them. The shot.
Oh, okay.
They didn't actually see your stealth in the order.
Okay.
Especially not these ones, because these ones.
Woo!
Wow, 20 points of sneak attack damage. Oh my
Okay.
god.
Okay.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
So you definitely catch them off guard, or say like right in the lower left leg in the artery area. The arrow just kind of thunks in. They let out a yell, ah, out in the direction. So everyone's kind of hears that vocal yell and call out.
All right. And then I am going to move in this direction and then use my that's a ruler. forgot how to play D&D, guys.
If
I
you were
move this
on,
direction.
if you were on the measure distance tool, you only need to hit spacebar, and you'll travel
Oh.
across it.
See, good to know.
It's the native way to
So-
move in Foundry.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna move here, and I'm going to bonus action hide.
Okay. Go ahead and make a stealth check, please.
Yeah.
16. So you're moving through and you're shoving through the grass, and you can hear them kind of moving and shifting themselves relative to you. It seems they are very aware that your presence. They're actually murmuring to themselves. They hear whispers now about 30 to 40 feet to your north.
Okay. I tried. End turn.
All right, in turn, we see one here. I'm going to have it pop out real quick. It comes into some of the light of this light here, and then is going to be heading north. So then it kind of comes into invisibility land. Seems to kind of move between shuffling of the grass from there, just being location the arrow strings, and then is fired. The arrow is launched in the direction of Istriel here. First longbow comes through. Istriel 20 hits you. It's going to deal 8 points of piercing damage.
Shield.
You're going to shield it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm putting 8 back to you then. All right, throwing off the shield, your AC should go up to 20, I believe.
25.
25, yeah, sorry, 20 plus 5, I bet. And then the second arrow is not launched at you. The second arrow is launched at Costas.
Of course.
Seeing you show up the shield, reacting, the shield bulb comes up. They then change the targets, firing off 6 points of piercing damage to Costas with a 23. And then they launch the last remaining longbow strike, still in round 1. 26 is going to hit you, attacking on the D8. You're hit for 8 points of piercing damage with the third and final longbow strike of that particular character. Soren is next. All right. Soren, what do we get? What's Soren do? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So Soren is seeing the arrows come in your general direction here, Costas. You're getting hit by a multitude of them. They're kind of flipping through the spell book that they have, but they don't have all of their spells. They're really only working on a few, right? They've been trying to plug away as best as they can to copy over spells that they know. They then begin to look through, and they kind of settle on just what they kind of saw Istriel kind of throw off, right? Fireball. And they're looking relative to Othala and based on where that epicenter point of the spell had been thrown. And they're going to be launching off a fireball kind of in the same, almost the same place, right, that your actual slow spell went off. So they're just throwing that off because they saw you throwing it off, and then the sparkles of that, they're just like launching the fireball. Remember, they don't have dark vision. So they have not really seen anything around them. They're just now wrapped up in vines, and so they're just kind of throwing off the fireball. It is going to explode. And both creatures inside of there are going to get caught up. However, they are going to save. Even with the slow there, they're able to get kind of dodging out of the way, revealing them for a brief moment before I put them back into the invisible condition. From there, you see his Soren is like ripping upon the vines and looking at the arrows of you, Costas. Get down! Get down! He's just kind of yelling outwards a little bit, but also trying to be quiet. So it's more like, get down, get down! Like, trying to like pull on the vines. And they're very like, try to help you, but also try to like be supportive in what they can do. They're gonna end their turn there. Right. Half movement speed. There is movement right up against you here, Istriel. This one charges forward a little bit with the slow, so they're kind of slowly moving up at you. They then begin to swing a long sword, jabbing at your general direction. The shield braces into it and it bounces off the short sword off to the right. And that is the end of their turn. You take a series of arrows coming in from this general direction. That's not accurate position because the creature is not moving.
Mm-hmm.
And so 3 arrows are being sent over to you. These have advantage. The creature is visible to you and is also far. 25 hits you. It's 11 points of piercing damage. Secondary arrow comes out. 16 misses. You're able to dodge underneath it. And the third arrow comes out. The Red Ambusher. 16 misses as well. So you're hit once in the shoulder, and then you're diving down into the grass. The arrows kind of zip over top of you, and you're able to get past them. We now come to the top of round 2. The entangle is still there, so it's difficult terrain. But Felix, your dancing lights have been somewhat helpful, right? You've detected them on the left side. You can understand, and then you're feeding off that perception. So what are we doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna start seeing. Whoa, come on, buddy, move. There was one in this general area. Okay, cool. Just gonna go right here so I can move each one up to 60 feet. So I would move them
Correct.
in like kind of a circular pattern until one was there, and then I would land the light on them. Like, so this one I'm gonna land right on top of them.
Okay.
And then the other one circling in this area, like kind of out until I get 60 feet. And I think I got another 10 to see if anybody catches.
Okay.
All right. Then this one.
Okay. You're able to take this one. And stopping there, you're able to take that one.
I would keep it moving then, so it's centered on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's my bonus action. Then difficult terrain that's 10 feet to get out. Look back at Costas, but like, man, you got fucked up. Keep moving forward about 20 feet. Sorry, no, 15 feet. I'm gonna cast light on myself.
Okay. I'm going to put this spell on you, so don't click it, because it probably is prompt you for a saving throw. So, light coming on. All right, so you're going to get
up.
Yeah, so you're going to get 20, I think it's 20 feet of bright and then 40 feet of dim.
Right.
Let me measure here. I think that
Oh wait, you got
one-
someone.
I'm going to get you on the cusp. I'm going to get this one. This one's, I snap to a corner. So I think those two are going to definitely be.
Oh, look, they're over there too. And then I'm gonna say, "Come get me, fuckers!" And last 5 feet of movement, go prone.
Okay, yeah, okay. Get the disadvantage in range attacks. All right. You apply the prone condition for yourself. Awesome. Okay.
That's it.
All right. So, become a beacon of light from some object or your clothing article. You can see 2 immediately are responding to the light. They're turning in the direction of it. Then that light hits them. They immediately become visible. Your dancing lights have caught a total of 3 of these figures. And so you're just really lighting up the battlefield. And the invisibility just ends as soon as the light hits them. All right, Costas. My little porcupine.
I'll be fine. So this is difficult terrain. So
It is
that's only
correct.
5 minutes. That's 10 movement out there plus another 5. So that'd be 15 to move this over here. So I can do another 25 to move here, then 5 to go prone. Right.
Okay, that's fine.
And then Costas is going to fix his hair with lay on hands for 50 HP.
All right, you go ahead and you can put the prone condition on yourself, and then you can add 50 HP into your hit points. You can do that all
That's some
yourself.
nice
You can feel the hair, tying it up.
Not the dew. Anything but the dew.
Just like he's got like arrows sticking out of his entire body, but he's just like, oh man, I need to get this dirt out of my hair. Just
My golden flowing locks.
I guess that then this. Yeah, sorry, this is gonna. It has been a while. Just take it.
You can do it, Costas. I believe in you. Yeah, so just make sure you basically will edit the feature, right?
Oh,
to
I need to do it
expend the
manually?
pool. Yeah,
Oh,
you have to
sorry.
do it manually and then add the help. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a macro for lay on hands. I'm so sorry.
Shame. Then, as a bonus action, could I? Let's see, how far is this guy? Exactly. Not worth it. No bonus action. I'll just enter.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the figure upon the dancing light. I'm just going to shift the light off real quick. The figure is going to make a run through the grass away from the dancing light. And so is going to immediately go invisible upon leaving, running into the darkness. They then begin to fire off a series of arrows into Soren. One arrow comes out for the strained Soren. Soren is hit with a 16, takes 9 points of piercing damage, then a second arrow is fired off. That is going to be a 19, so both arrows are going to connect. 8 points of piercing damage is dealt, so 1 to the shoulder and then 1 into the stomach. They then are going to end their turn, pretty relative to that position, just so kept them visible, right? You can track them through the grass as they're shifting. They're not stealthing here, and most of your perceptions are good enough. Israel, you're up next.
Okay. We'll start up a Shadow Blade there, and this guy. 4th level.
Are you upscaling it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I need to just change it real quick. All right, so I think it's damage increases. What level? 4th level.
3rd and 4th are the same.
So it's 3. You're going to 3d8 now.
Yes.
Okay, it should be changed and ready to use.
Thank you.
What are you laughing at, Lucas?
No, just something that Mikey put in chat.
Oh, sorry. Oh, 18. Yeah, that's gonna hit. 10 points of psychic damage dealt. You come across. The blade kind of goes through them, and then they take this kind of euphoric hit.
Alrighty, and then I think that's all I can do this turn, so that'll be it here.
Okay, ending turn. I'll follow you up. So, looking into chat, Anne, are you able to see the map?
I can see it now, but like as soon as
Okay.
you put the light on Felix, it just like went gray screen, and I was like, "What happened?"
Okay, yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad you got it back. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, Othello, what are we doing?
Then I first step up. They're switching from the ruler. 15 feet. Probably another facility. Okay. And then I'm gonna cast. Odal is gonna unsheath his dagger and is going to cast Dueling Strike at it. 4th level.
Okay, so you're gonna do a Steel Wind Strike.
Mhm.
Okay, are we using the one that?
Yeah, I already got the new one.
Okay, so Faith, right? We reworked your Steel Wind Strike, and then pass it over to Jay. So Jay's going to be using the same one here. So you're 30 feet here to target, and you can hit up to two creatures. Are you upcasting it?
Yeah, so 4th level.
Okay, so you're going to be doing it at 4th level. Okay, you should be able to shift T the targets, if I recall, and then you should be able to do just like click it, and then it'll prompt you to upcast, and then we'll just put your token wherever you're teleporting to.
Target on 2.
Okay. I'm gonna make it all 1/10. Well, I think it might want you to do it individually, but I'm gonna do it together because that's.
I can make another
No,
roll,
no,
right? Because I'm missing a
no.
dice.
You're good.
Did well then.
I'm totally fine. Okay, so these are gonna hit your targets, so you're able to kind of go between 3 as you kind of disappear for a brief moment, blinking, slicing, and blinking to the next, and then coming to the last one, slicing through. The damage here is dealt to them. Looks like 1, 6, 1, 1. I'm gonna give you. I was gonna say the damage of that is not great.
Super bad roll. Super bad roll.
I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt if you want to roll the damage. If you want to re-roll the damage for the 2 of them, that's fine. So you could roll 4. You could roll 4d12 if you want. Yeah, and you can do it twice. That's fine. I'm not gonna have you roll the attack rolls. I have a 17 and 19 in the thing. I'm pretty sure you're gonna hit with the third one, but go ahead and give me some just manual damage rolls.
So 12.
Yeah, 40-12. Then you can do it twice. Yeah, see, there we go.
Literally doubled it.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, and then go ahead. Are you teleporting to one of the spaces?
Yeah, I'm going to teleport to over here. Let's see.
Okay.
Go
Go ahead and move your token. Yeah, go ahead and move your token there, and then I'm going to divvy up the damage from left to right here. So the first one is going to get struck by 9. The entangle is going to fall from the concentration check. The restraint is no longer on Soren's. They pull back. From your perspective, from striking through, you know that they're still alive. So you know they didn't drop as you come through and attack. The next one is dealt 18. And then the last one, which you are there at, takes 21. Both those targets are able to perceive, and they are both alive. Okay.
And then bonus action, real quick, damn, might be out. But then behind this room.
Okay. So it's getting behind for a flank. Okay.
Yeah, just it's for ready to serve.
All right. The second one that you actually still in strike, this one is going to still slow. It's going to fire off the longbow at you. Going to catch you at the back left. I'm not going to give it the advantage because you are able to see it with your see invisibility. So we have 17 to hit, and that's unable to do so. So you're able to kind of dodge the arrow from your back left-hand side. And that is going to be really it for its turn. It is going to be backpedaling a little bit to the edge of your vision, and it seems just kind of begin to almost get some more range, right? Get some distance from you. All right. You are not being targeted. Felix is being targeted by the top left one here. This one is going to be firing off 2 arrows in the direction of the proned out Felix inside of the grass. The arrow flies over you, Felix, and then the second arrow comes through, trying to launch in your direction. It's a natural 1. Nothing bad happens, just a horrible miss. So both arrows are kind of zigging, and they kind of not able to get to you in that prone condition, that tall grass. Dirty Joe's up next.
Okay. Target this guy over at the left. I don't think their armor's super high, so I'm going to turn Sharpshooter on. And I'm going to shoot him with an arrow.
Their armor's
Hey.
not great. Fire away.
Oh, I forgot to put on a Slayer's Prey. Yeah, I'll do that for the next one.
Okay, I think that the invisibility is going to end at the start of your turn here. Let me see.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go ahead and remove that. It's going to be a straight roll. You're targeting this one over here.
Yep.
Okay. So
Got
your
running
roll,
light.
yeah. So you get double 6s anyway. So 13 is the attack roll. 13 is not going to connect. So you fire off your first arrow. It is unable to strike. So you're kind of dodging out of the way of it. You're going to do your Slayer's Prey.
Yes.
Okay, we can retcon C to that before, so go ahead and target, and then you can pass it on. So I think you're...
Giving me an error message.
Yeah, you're targeting multiple tokens. You were targeting still an invisible token from the cone. It's okay. It resolved itself. All good. The Slayer Spray is put on, and then you can go fire off your arrow. Your last arrow. Oh, sorry. I love it starting in the dancing light. That's great. We can take the 12. It doesn't matter. I love it. So,
I'm gonna burn a
fire-
lucky for that. I'm gonna
Okay.
hit this guy.
All right, go ahead and roll manual D20 for me, please. This is where we need I need to install that module, David, for the snapping. Didn't have time to do it yet to set it up, but that would be real helpful now with the dancing lights. All right, yeah, lucky point. Nice, 17 is the change of the roll. That is going to hit, and we have 17 and 2 points of damage. That's a total of 19 total points. Sees the arrow lands right into the jugular of the creature. As it's hit, takes back and then slumps down the knees and is dead. It's the first one that is dead.
Woo! I guess from there I'm just gonna move up kind of to where, to the left of Thea ish,
Okay.
and that'll do it.
All right, this one is turning into your direction. That is going to be going in for an ensnaring strike. So you see as they pull the arrow back for their first arrow, it is going to alight with different sorts of magic, and they fire it off at your direction. 14 is going to be a miss. And they're going to continue to concentrate on that ensnaring strike. So I'm going to just kind of plop on a concentration effect and then try to go in for the second arrow at you. Just going to do once and twice. You're able to dodge and dive underneath both. And then is going to begin to run in a northwestern direction to try to get outside of the light. And indeed does. They become invisible once more. Ending turn. All right, Dirty Joe, you're hit by 2 arrows here. First arrow, 25, smashes into your back. Directly behind you, the arrow lands, 11 points of piercing damage. Second arrow fires, and that is a natural 20.
Oh.
13 points of piercing damage is dealt. And then you two are going to get prompted for an ensnaring strike. So, this is something that's familiar to you. You see that writhing mass begins to grow upon the critical hit of your back left leg. It goes into your calf and through. Strength saving throw or be restrained by the magical vines until the spell ends. With a strength saving throw of a 22 is what I have here. You're able to shed off that restraining ensnaring strike. Not impacting by, so you kind of you're able to just like immediately rip out of it, right, as it begins to spawn from the arrow. Again, that's something you have familiar with there.
Can't use my own tricks against me.
Yeah, I know, right? They're trying. All right, you're up next.
Okay. I can see this guy, right?
You can, yes. That the light spell
Okay.
is has lit them.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna run up to that guy. As I'm running, bow, stowed, swords out.
Okay.
And I'm going to make 2 short sword attacks against him.
Okay. Turns and looks in your direction. Races with the bow raised to try to block, parry, and dodge out of the way, coming for the first strike. Nice. 28 is gonna hit. That deals only 7 points of piercing damage. Gonna stab through the left right leg and just gonna slice in the laceration, pull back, and come in for the other.
All right, second one.
28. Oh, nice rolls. 9 piercing damage comes through and stabbing up in the shoulder, pulling it back.
Yeah, okay, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay. We now come to Soren. Soren is now looking at the one that is revealed, that is in the front of Istriel, and noticing the arrows kind of come in from the right-hand side of them. They then are going to move slightly forward, kind of get at the edge of the light, getting a perspective of that. They then fire off a firebolt at the one that is slowed. 17 hits into that one. They deal 9 points of fire damage. So once hit right into the head, begins to burn and sizzle and topples down, grabbing the face and is dead. They then use the remainder of their movement speed to go prone, or half of it anyways. And they slowly begin to crawl just a little bit, 5 feet there. It's going to be the end of their turn. Try to stay alive as best as they can. Ending the turn. Okay. 2 arrows are fired over at you, Thea. First arrow is a 17, which misses. Second arrow fires off. 23 is going to hit you. They did ensnare strike here prior to firing off the arrows. It's going to prompt you for a strength save. You're going to fail with a 10. You are ensnared by the strike, so the arrow is going to land and deal a total of 11 points of piercing damage to you. And then, in terms of the spell, since it's land, this one's going to aim in the direction of your leg, so it goes into your right kind of calf knee area. You are going to be restrained by the spell, and you will take damage at the start of your turns, and then you can take an action to make a strength check against, right, and try to break out of that. So I'm going to put the restraint condition upon you. Then you hear the shuffling of the grass. I'm going to actually ping where the arrow came from. And then you can hear the shuffling of grass as they're heading in the northeastern direction. So they're kind of going opposites, making space between themselves, or even just you. Ending turn. We now come to the top of round 3. Felix, you're up next.
Okay, I'm going to bonus action Misty Step 30 feet in the direction of these people to my feet. Okay.
Okay. You're going to Misty Step. I think you can stay prone for a Misty Step, right?
I don't want to. I want to Misty Step to my feet.
Okay. Okay, got the prone condition off. I'm going to go ahead and remove the invincibility conditions of the creatures that are caught within the light spell. Ping both.
Okay. Let's see. Action. I'm going to use 3 charges from the Ring of Shooting Stars to use the Shooting Stars ability. 1 on each of them, so 3 15-foot cubes. Each have to make dexterity saving throws on the 3 that I can see, or take 5d4 damage. DC 15.
Okay, so you're going to spend all 3 charges. Every charge you spend, you launch a glowing mote of light from the ring. At a point you can see within 60 feet of you, each creature within a 50-foot cube. So you're targeting 1, 2, and then the third one as well. I think they're actually in range of. Let's see if I can draw a 50 cube. I guess it's not that big. Hold on. Let's see if I can do. I'm going to do the measure tool instead. I'm going to draw it out. Okay, so I think you could probably hit both these 2 targets on the left with one of the cubes.
Cool. About 2 cubes on that area because it's not like meteor storm, so you can overlap. So
yeah, I think you can overlap and hit 2 of those with 2, and then the one with the 1. You get all 3 charges off.
Then cancel that. I'll hit those 2 with all 3.
Oh, okay, those 2 with all 3. Okay, I'm gonna make dexterity saving throws DC 15 thrown out. All right, I need you to roll 15d4.
That's just funny.
Oh, that's so low. Look at all the ones. Oh my god, it's so unlucky. They failed all 3 of each of them. So they did not reach the 15 dex save. They take 27 apiece. So as you hold your ring and it begins to glow, it then begins to shoot these purplish black stars outwards. And launches glowing. They kind of launch outwards from the ring, then begins to glow, and then they just hit into that point, and they kind of explode out like a meteor strike. Then begins to sizzle and spark, and it hits into them from the meteor kind of crackling. One is killed. You can see they kind of get burned up and sizzle with the skin as they're falling back, crying outwards. And the next one kind of shields themselves, taking it blows, and they begin to throw their robe off a little bit, or the cloak off that's on fire onto the ground, and it kind of begins to go dark again as it hits into the water of the tall grass in the marsh. The creature is still alive, but is extremely wounded.
Cool. I'm gonna use the movement to move up about 15 feet and then 5 feet to go prone.
Okay. Let you add the prone condition to you.
Thank you.
All right, Costas, Morning Light, you're up next.
So I'm just going to use 5 feet of movement to stand up. Then move towards the we heard one over like this way, right? Like forgot how to ping. It's like off to the northeast of like where I am.
Over in this direction. Yeah, that one's not stealthy. You can observe that, yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to head over to where they are, as close as I know they are. I don't know exactly how close I know they are.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have you're kind of going. I would say that's a pretty reasonable path, right? So it takes half your movement speed to stand up, and then you can.
Oh yeah,
you can start going over to them. Yeah. You can always take a dash, right? If you're trying to just charge up to them, or take dodge, maybe is your action.
And then I'm just going to yell that I'm over here and take the dodge action.
Okay.
Nobody has torches or anything? Just a little Felix lighting it up the place? Okay.
All right. Choosing to take the dodge action?
Yeah.
Okay. It has torches lighting. So you would yell out, "Ah!" Covered in arrows, you're literally in arrows all in. Ah!
I'm always covered in arrows, but actually a torch would be a really good idea.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm really surprised. I mean, Felix is literally the only one using any sort of light spells right now. It's amazing, man. It's fine. Dusting off the cobwebs. We're dusting off the cobwebs.
They're right. It's not like they're invisible.
All right, Costas, indeed, a longbow is fired at you from that position. 11 hits into your shield. Second arrow fires off. That is going to be a 22 to hit you, and is going to prompt for an ensnaring strike. So there's going to be a strength save coming towards you. All right, you are going to succeed with a 19, which is going to end that ensnaring strike. So it's unable as you break off, out of it. However, you do take the arrow's damage, which is 7 points of piercing your lower left leg. The arrow came from here, and you can hear the shuffling of grass as the figure begins to move extremely fast through the grass and away from you, and it seems pretty relative this far away. So they are much faster than you are. And they're just kind of running through the grass away from you as you're yelling at them. Karen, that's so funny. Alright, let's try next.
Okay. Last we heard, that was the last one down here. So, we gotta...
Yeah, the last one pretty relative to the template. I kept the template drawn out in range, but yes, pretty relative. The other ones that were taught into the slow, actually the last one, was going in this general direction over here, right? So it was making way slowly and surely away from the template.
Should probably stay together. So. Okay. do 30. We'll start chasing this guy that's just stricken with fear by Costas. And,
Okay.
you know what? Can't necessarily see him, but don't got us. We're just gonna throw a fireball at it.
Okay. Throwing
Want
up
me
a
to place it?
fireball. Yeah, go ahead, place template.
Where's it?
Over here.
Okay.
All right, so the fireball erupts. The creature is going to succeed on the saving throw, and they're lit for a brief moment, getting caught up by the fire or shedding themselves in the grass to dwindle the flame.
Alrighty. Yep, that'll do it.
All right, ending turn. Lethalli, you're next.
Okay. Mm. I'll let you move up 5 feet. Would you say that when the fireball going off would be a part of Othala's beginning first seconds as he was trying to do something so he'd be able to see the enemy over there?
Your dark vision does not extend that far. So all I can tell you is that you have a general idea that the fireball was erupted here, and then you have the shadow of the figure, right? So I can just ping you the general location of where that is, but you can't target. You can't target that in terms of like a spell attack or like a single target.
Okay, so that would just rule that one out. But I think I would be in range for 3 of them. 2. We try this new item. I'm gonna take
Do you
out.
have see invisibility on?
Yeah,
Then
but
see
it's
invisibility, you should
outside
be
of
able to see
my.
it.
It's outside of my dark vision.
It's outside of your normal vision, dark vision. So you can advance towards that and then get the vision and then be able to target. But
yeah, but I'm trying to be in range.
Yeah, you got to be in range. So that's what I was kind of saying. Is like there's a separation between the dark vision and then being able to
like shadows and all that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so yeah, I'll take out the rod of rulership. And for the 3 that I can see, so that'll be the 2 by Felix and Thea, and the 1 down here. I'll raise it in the air and I'll say, "We're with the princess. It's a misunderstanding." And have them all open up saves.
It does not seem like they respond. It's either that they succeeded on the wisdom saving throw or they have some resisted charm.
Action. Okay. That's the movement. I'll move forward to the one that's trying to leave. And have Heavy give Faustus help.
Thank you.
I'm here to help you, all right? All right. You see is this ranger here is going to be advancing towards you, Othala. So you're able to see that with your seeing visibility. They're slow, so they get half that movement speed. They can grumble outwards. And they take the short sword out. They simply just state at you, "Die, undead!" They're coming for a swing, and you dive underneath it. It's the end of their turn. Mortally wounded. This one goes in, grabbing the short sword and the dagger out, goes in for 2 strikes. Once with the short sword here. That's a natural 20 on you, Thea. You're restrained by their trade.
Uncanny dodge.
Okay.
Can I uncanny dodge it?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
You're going to half the 16 to 8 points of damage. And it is then going to come in for the short sword again. So come once and then twice. And then the dagger is in the offhand. So 21 hits you with the short sword. and then the dagger comes through to kind of stab directly up to the left. 25 is going to hit you with the dagger. Takes 7 points of piercing damage. So these figures, you're noticing now that you're in light in front of you, they're very dexterous and fast. They're kind of swiping and moving quickly. Being restrained is not a place you want to be. Then their turn there. Drew Joe, you're up next.
Okay, well, seeing that Thea's in dire straits, I'm going to see if I can pick off this guy. Turn sharpshooter off. Not going to put Slayer's Prey on this guy because it looks like he's already dead.
All right, 20 is going to hit. So you see as they take a step back, get ready for a series of another blows. They take the arrow right into the head. 8 points of piercing damage. And then fall backwards, toppling to the grass dead.
All right. And now this other one over by Felix. Put Slayer's Prey on and then shoot him.
Okay. $31. Big roll and good damage, except for the Slayer's Prey. 31, 13, 1, 14 total. Lances into the shoulder of the right. This one is the one that has the ensnaring strike and has succeeded on the con save.
All right, then yeah, I'm just gonna move up next to Thea so that I can render aid.
Okay.
Next turn, and yeah.
Right, ending turn. Wathala, this one is going to fire on you, is outside of your vision range. So you are not seeing this arrow come through. It's from your left-hand side, natural 20. Lands 17 total points of piercing damage to your right-hand side. Skims into your neck. It flies off the back end, prompts you for concentration. You fail with a 6. You see as the one in front of you is no longer slowed. You then go in for a secondary arrow at you. This is at your lower right-hand leg. 18 hits. Deals 6 points of piercing damage to you. They then begin to scuttle and backpedal, moving themselves further into the darkness in the grass. You can hear the arrows fired here, and then you can hear that the stoppage of movement is relatively to here. Ending turn. They are up next.
One thing I have alert, so I don't know if that counts to being unseen targets.
Yeah,
They're still gonna
let me
run
see.
much.
Take a look.
So,
Yeah, their creatures don't get advantage in attack rolls against you as being unseen, so let me go through the rolls real quick. I forgot you had alert.
yeah.
Okay, so the first one was a net 20 on the first roll, so we have to take that. Second roll was an 18 on the first roll as well. So those are flat rolls at that point. Okay. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Sorry, Anna.
Yeah, no, I think I have to waste my turn just getting out of this.
Okay. Go ahead and make so to get out of an ensnaring strike is just like an entangle. So you're going to be making a strength check against the spell save DC. I don't think you can use athletics though, right? It's just a flat strength check. So.
It's just a flat strength.
Yep.
Okay. Ability check.
Am I able to assist in any way since I'm right there?
No, you took your action to attack, so you can't help. 11 is unable to break out of the restraint.
Emotional support then. You got it,
Yeah.
girl!
Hold on. I still have a bonus action. I think I have a potion. Yeah, I'm gonna take a potion.
Okay. So at the start of your turn, you are going to be taking some damage from restraint here. You take a total of 4 points of piercing damage as it pokes into your leg as you're trying to pull and writhe. You're unable to break out. You then took a potion. Okay.
I clicked it, but it didn't do anything.
Are you targeting yourself?
Oh, yeah, that would probably help. Guys, I know how to
Always.
play. It's fine.
Always target what you want. It should roll. If it
That's
doesn't,
okay. I don't.
Here we go.
So you're in good company.
6 points of healing. Everyone's doing great. Honestly, I'm very surprised. I thought we were gonna have. Everyone's doing really. This is a big combat. This is a lot of, and they're invisible. Like this is crazy. Everyone's getting by arrows. You're doing all really well. Everything's good.
Yeah. And then I'll
Alright.
end my turn, obviously.
Okay, I gave 6 to you, so you should be at 41. We now come to Soren. Soren is prone out and looking in the direction really around them. They're in complete and total darkness. They have no dark vision whatsoever. And they begin to look
Does he have the light spell?
Yep, so we're going to get that. So then it stands upwards with half their movement speed, and using their action, they then begin to cast light on themselves. I hope this doesn't break your computer, Anna.
Nope, that didn't do anything.
Oh,
You're
okay.
good.
Using light spell, they're going to catch the edges here of their party. They see towards Othala, right on the edge of their light. They also see Costas. They're really going to move in between both of you with the light spell that is going to catch this one and remove the invisibility, noting that this one's there. They then are going to end their turn because they had to get up from their prone. I'm going to say that's probably their rest of it. And action. So ending there. Lighting up the battlefield. This one that is use the ensnaring strike is marked. They're going to charge forward 20 feet towards you, Felix, who is prone, stowing away the bow. They then come in with the short sword and dagger and for a series of strikes. First sword comes through. That's a natural 20. Deals 11 points of piercing damage to you. Stab you upon the back. Prompt you for concentration of the dancing lights. Then go in for their secondary of their extra attack here. Short sword. 21 hits again. So it's really just like stomping the long sword into the ground. You're like trying to roll, right? You're like rolling out of the way of it. It's like jabbing into the ground. And then take the dagger in for the last remaining swing. And that is going to be a 24, which is going to hit you with the dagger as well. 6 points of piercing damage to you, Felix. You're getting skimmed and lacerated. And then you just drop concentration. Dancing lights just disappear at that point. Go ahead and just make them invisible for the time. Okay. As the end of that creature's turn, we now come to the top of round 4. Felix, you're up next.
That is very rude. I'm going to stand up.
Yeah.
And just use my movement to circle around. So 5, 10, 15 to the other side. Here. Pull it towards this fella.
Okay.
Or otherwise. Bonus action. Say, why don't you be a good boy? And we'll do a on something words. You're gonna subtract 3 from their saving throw against this spell that I'm gonna cast on them.
Okay.
Has polymorph on them.
Nice. All right, what are we turning him into?
A
Capybara. He'll be not
miniature
dangerous.
poodle.
A poodle?
I don't want to hurt them now.
A mini poodle? I don't even have artwork for that. Let's see if I got it done.
Are we not going to be able to see him though?
Why? I'm at light.
Well, he's just going to be disappearing amongst all the tall grass because he's, a small dog. That's why I went with a medium-sized capybara. 'Cause, they're not aggressive. They just kind of hang out, but they're big enough to spot from a distance.
Well, if you want to learn polymorph, you can do that, bud. It's that poodle.
I would
I love it.
love to learn how to do that.
I love it. So I only have artwork for the Mastiff. That's what I'll put in. So there you go. It's a dog.
Can I pick him up? Object interaction.
Yeah, why not?
That'll be it.
All right. So the restraint is gone. Concentration's lost after the polymorph. Dog's incapable of casting, right, and doing that. Concentrating, pick up the dog, holding it in your hands. Towards you. The smiling face.
I'll pet him and say, "Good boy," and I'm better.
Passes your next.
I am going to use the dash action to run over and help Othala.
Okay, so you're gonna run that. You're running back the other way.
Don't question It's good cardio, okay?
Yeah, from everybody else's perspective, Costa's just completely lost his head during this entire fight. Trying to hide behind pieces of grass, like run around flailing, just blah.
I love it. Completely not combat effective. All right, awesome. Yeah, so you run for the dash, you run through the grass, you get on the backside of the creature. You're feeling good, but you can't swim.
I mean, I finally can see an enemy. I can finally see one. Okay. Do you have it as an action to light torches like raw?
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
Then I'm just gonna do compelled duel.
Yep.
On the one in front of me.
What do you say?
Got ya, bitch.
All right. So you say, "Gotcha, bitch." As you look into the eyes, the creature then turns in your general direction. Both your eyes are glowing white with celestial radiance. The duel has been compelled. All right, Ishrael, 2 arrows are fired off at you. This is the one that was hit by your fireball. It's going to be missing you with an 18, then fires off the secondary arrow. So you're diving underneath the first one, then you're looking, and then the arrow begins to fly. 26 is going to hit you. Knocks into your chest, 9 points of piercing damage. And you can hear the scuttling of their footsteps a little bit in the general direction of north. So they're heading really straight north at this point. I'm going to ping as they're kind of not retreating, but it's more like shooting twice and then backpedaling and then shooting twice. Like they're beginning the process of running as fast as they possibly can at this point. Ishrael, you're up next.
Okie doke. Alrighty. I'll move back toward this general direction, and then ooh. So can't see up here, can we? Or is this just outside the?
That is the light spell, I believe, has 40 feet of dim. So I think you have a little bit of them right now.
A little bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will telepathically kind of communicate to Thea. Allow me to help. Which direction you want to go?
Can I respond now?
That's okay. Yeah, why not?
I was kind of focused on getting out of this thing, but I know that there were other ones like down in this vicinity somewhere. And I probably would have pointed that way.
And please, I can teleport so down to like there.
Is that where you want to go?
That's the way she pointed. That's the way she's
Oh.
going.
Yeah, I think I heard something running away down here, correct?
You get sucked into a little portal, and then you reappear. Yep, you did.
Okay.
You see, from your vision, you can now see the shuffling of grass from the limping creature. Kind of pulling through.
Okay.
You can see that the grass has moved. Your past investigation, you can see that they're very wounded. Obviously invisible still, but you have the clues.
Okay.
That'll do it.
All right, Thalia, you're up next.
Okay. I'm going to stare at this creature and cast Toll the Dead in their face.
Okay, so you are going to use Toll the Dead on it.
I don't know what's gonna do. That's pretty.
All right, 24. That is going to be successful damage. 24 is going to come through. The compelled duel then ends. You take the damage, bleeding from the ears, shaking wildly, snapping at the duel. The eyes no longer glow white.
Then Happy's gonna still remain with Costas on his shoulder.
Mhm.
Yeah, we got this. I'm going to step. Yeah, so I'm going to step. And try to make my way a little further over here as it going through.
Okay.
And I'm just going to tell Costas, try not to kill him. That's the answer.
All right. You see, as it's now this creature's turn in front of you, Costas, the compelled duel is end. You see them shake out of it. Then, bleeding from the toll here, they are going to take a disengage, and they seem to be running at a straight southern direction. They then bounce outside of the light spell, and they are now invisible. All right, Jury Joe, you're up next.
How far can I throw a torch?
How far can you throw a torch?
Yeah.
I think it's about like 15, 20 feet. So it's basically throwing throwing distance for improvisers are 20, 60. So you're basically you can throw up to 20 feet without disadvantage, and then from 20 to 60 it'd be disadvantage. I'd probably say with a torch, I'm probably going to cap you at 20 feet because it seems really unrealistic to throw further than 20 feet with a giant torch. But we can come to that depending on what you're trying to do.
Hear me out. Can I light up a torch, knock it into my bow, and shoot it? Just spitballing here.
Roll flat d20 for me.
Sense.
Oh shit. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna move 30 feet towards the first, and I'm gonna try to just lob a torch down by where we heard that other one scuffling away. Oh,
right.
Look at that!
So there's actually kind of two targets ish that are scuttling, right? You had one that was by Costas and went south, there's nowhere there, and also you see Thea's looking right at something to the kind of bottom leftish, so southwest, right? So there's two targets.
Yeah, the southwest. That's the one I was looking for.
Okay. I'll just put 2040 on it. Might as well. Oh. Lighting the torch, putting it to the arrow, knocking it, launching into the air. Lands under the feet, relatively right next to the ranger. Appears to be kind of scuttling themselves back, heading in the western direction.
Okay. Well, that worked better than expected. All right, guys, it's over there. Pick them off. And that'll be that.
All right, come to the one here, turns and looks towards you, Thea, as it is, fires off an arrow. 25 hits you. Deals 6 points of piercing damage. Then begins to backpedal 20 feet. Then turns around, fires off the secondary arrow. 25 hits you. That deals 9 points of piercing damage. and then begin to move the rest of their feet, which is a total of 40, getting to the edge of the torchlight, still inside of the visible spectrum. Yeah, you're up next.
It is still inside the visible spectrum.
Yeah, I put a 20/40 as well. It was a
Okay.
19 on D20 roll. I was really looking to see if you would hit and also how bright this torch would be in the muddle of grass. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it.
Yeah. Oh, no, don't do that. I don't know what I clicked.
What'd you click? What'd you do?
No, my bar thing is at the bottom, and I thought it clicked something.
What'd you do? Did you break my game?
I didn't. All right. I'll run 30 feet toward him. I am going to haven't done this in a while. I'm gonna bonus action hunter's mark him.
Okay. Mark him with the hunt.
Hunter's mark on that guy.
Let the ranger flow.
And then I'm going to attempt to shoot him with an arrow.
Okay. Fire away. .22 is going to hit. Double ones, total of 7 points. It's enough. He's scuttling back, turns, takes the arrow, falls back into the grass, and doesn't get back up.
Yeah.
Awesome. And that's my turn.
Okay. Ending turn. Come to Soren. Soren is going to move a total of 35 feet, taking the light spell along with them. They then see the figure that is scuttling running away from Eucostus, and they begin to open up their repertoire of magic. They launch out a firebolt. 10 is going to be a miss. So they throw it off in their own direction. That's the end of Soren's turn. Let's see if we have... Yep, that's the end of Soren's turn. Alright, come to the dog. David left. That's unfortunate. The dog, the Smitty poodle, looks upon you, feels you're holding the hand, begins to lick your face. It's quite nice.
Good boy.
Very good. A very good boy. Ends the turn. He licks your up next.
Would I have seen this creature running out of the light here?
The only thing that you were able to observe is the scuttling of something through the grass over in that general direction, so I can ping that for you. But right now, in terms of targets around you, you don't see anything. So it seems to be pretty vacant, and you're just kind of looking around. Stuff. That's the only thing that's really drawing your attention.
All right. I'll start walking towards that, scuttling, carrying my new friend. Come on, boy. Let's go.
Can we just keep him like that forever?
1 hour.
We got an hour. Oh no.
Burn
The
it.
screen grayed out again.
All right, so I revealed it a little bit because it's inside your sight range, but technically it's still invisible because that's outside of your light. So you have that on your cusp of your dark vision, going past the light source, and you can see the grass is moving and shuffling at a quickened pace.
Where do I see that happening?
You see it right here. I'm going to ping it again.
Yeah. I'm gonna set my friend down. I'm gonna pat him on the head and say, "Stay." Good boy. Bonus action, missy step, another 30-ish feet.
They're no longer invisible.
And I'm just gonna action dash up to him and be like, he's right here.
Oh, the good boy's falling.
Didn't pass his obedience classes.
That'll be it.
All right, Costas, you're up next. It's your time. It's your time to shine. You have literally done nothing this entire fight except for absorbing arrows. You see the target in front of you. Can you get to them?
I can do this. Yeah, I'm gonna run 30 feet forward.
All right, Heavy is
To attack.
on.
Yeah,
Heavy is
so I should have
on your
advantage.
shoulders.
Then?
You have advantage on the first strike.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna attack with the warhammer.
But what did Othala tell you? What did Othala tell you?
I'm gonna try to knock him out, not kill.
Non-lethal, knocking out with the warhammer.
Non-lethal smites.
Non-lethal smite.
I'm using one-handed, so I can't do Great Weapon Master.
Gotcha. It's 21 is 21 is gonna hit. 7 on the die. That's gonna be enough. You're able to smash them. Total of 1 HP, and then they carry over there. They are going to be unconscious, as unconscious as they can be. So they're going to be in a state here of unconscious.
Is it? So they're not fully unconscious. I'm just making...
They are elven descended, so I'm just referencing that they are unconscious to an extent, right? So the eyes are like open.
I'm
I
gonna pick
also
him
want
up.
to point out that absorbing arrows for the group, that is a very integral function
Yes.
of our survival. So good job.
I have nothing but arrows at this point. I have more arrowhead than blood. I have more arrowhead than blood. Yeah, I'm gonna try and pick him up. Can I pick him up? Is that like
well, you technically you can, but you already attacked, so because they're the same size as you have to take your actual action to pick them up. And you've also
I can't try and do a. So it's not like something that would fall under like a shove or restrain kind of thing.
So yeah, what I'm saying is that in terms of your second attack, if you're going to like grapple them and start going through the motions of restraint, you can. So you can do that for your attack action. You can then go to a grapple to grapple them up, but you can't like pick them up and move them right
now. Okay, then yeah, I'd like to go to a grapple.
Okay.
With my second attack.
So now you're grappling the unconscious prone body.
Safety first.
Heavy's on your shoulder. What the hell is going on?
Enter.
Enter. All right, we now come to this ranger, making their way to escape, so they turn around towards you, Felix, and then they go in for a series of strikes with the short sword coming across first. That is a 19 to hit you. Stabs in for 8 points of piercing damage, then goes in for the extra attack for the short sword. That is going to be a 24, which hits you. That is 9 points of piercing damage. Your concentration has failed with the first attack. You see the good boy is no longer... what did it restore? Oh no! The good boy stuck as a good boy!
Yay!
Loyalty.
Oh
Forever
no! It's not restoring it. Oh no. Okay. I bet it's because I had him follow. Oh no.
Canon.
The good
It's
boy.
canon, yeah, he's a good boy. He's still
He's a good boy forever.
he remembers the head pat.
He got true polymorphed.
Cursed.
Oh my gosh.
Just remembers
keep
that he
that.
got head patted, so he's gonna stay. Good.
He chose to be a poodle. That was a life decision.
Yeah, man. He realized dogs have it better than humans.
Yeah,
They don't have to pay
easier.
taxes.
This
Yeah.
is life I should have had.
He was only a
Should've been
dog for like a solid 5 seconds, and he was already petted and like picked up. So he's like, "Yeah, this is my life now."
This
Yeah, I
is
imagine the
amazing.
Hag Queen isn't very,
Affection.
prone to physical affection.
Yeah.
Out of many
yeah.
head pets. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
He hasn't had a hug in years.
So the last and final attack is the dagger. So both the short sword strikes have hit you, and then it comes in for the dagger, and you're able to get out of the way of it. But you drop the concentration. You look in the direction of the good boy, and you don't see the good boy anymore. There's nothing.
How dare you?
They don't
He
attempt to
exploded.
move. They then are looking in the direction of basically back left, and they look at you, and they are beginning almost having the understanding, Felix, in their mind that this is to the death. That you are potentially going to continue to chase. If you're putting yourself in harm's way like that, it's going to try to maybe finish you off before moving on. So you're seeing that kind of stance where it's no longer going to be trying to run away. Australia up next.
Start heading this way. All right, we're gonna hold out a hand and try telekinesis on this guy.
All right, let's see here. Throwing off a telekinesis. All right, gain the ability to move and manipulate creatures, objects by thought. Cast a spell and as your action each round for the duration, you can exert your will on one creature or object you can see within range. What are you doing here?
Oh,
Take away
just
to the creature.
trying to restrain this creature that's on Felix.
Okay, so you're going to be going to restrain.
Basically,
mhm.
basically it's like you can imagine like an invisible hand just coming in and grabbing him, and just like bringing him a little up in the air and like turning him upside down.
Okay, so I need you to make a spellcasting ability check, and then I'm going to contest it with strength. Oh damn! All right, you are able to do so. Okay, so you said you're going to be lifting up and then suspending in air.
Like out of range of his attack, so like I'll pull him back to like here, and then just
Okay.
lift him up like 5 feet up in the air, just upside down. Alrighty, that'll do it.
Okay, and then I'll put the strain condition on. Be it for the turn. Othal, you're next.
That'd be way too far for me. So he's gonna move up. Try to find what was once a good boy. All right. See it. I know Colossus has that one, so it's fine.
It's fine.
It's all right.
Put the good boy down. That's so messed up.
Well, they start acting a little rebellious.
You gotta do what you gotta do. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna cast Catapult. Taking out a spoon for my cookies kit.
Okay.
All right, give me target.
Okay, it is going to fail the saving throw. It takes 11 points of bludgeoning damage. The spoon thumps into the shoulder. See him kind of fall down. I was a good boy.
Why do you have to make this so painful?
Hey, remember? No.
That hurts.
Yeah, I don't have any more movement. So yeah, I'm just gonna continue to what it's gonna do. Enter.
Okay, in turn. All right, this one is unconscious. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Hey. I'm sorry, I actually stepped away for a minute. The one in front of Felix, is he still up and about and a threat?
Yes. So 5 feet up in the air, suspended upside down. Just writhing.
And to our knowledge, is there anybody else that's still in play?
Nope, not that you have observed in the grass or have heard moving, that sort of thing.
Well, in that case, I don't really want to kill him, knowing that we can kind of end the enchantment on him. So, gonna call out, "Hey guys, let's see if we can turn this guy back to normal." And
Okay.
I'm gonna run over to Thea, and I mean, remind me. Is a health potion a bonus action? Can I use a dash to get over to her and just hand her a potion and make her chug it real quick? She's looking kind of grim.
So giving and using a potion for a friend is an action. It is a free action if you want to transfer a potion, just like basically here, take this. But actually, like uncorking it and putting it in their mouth, that's an action to do that.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm gonna dash over to her and hand her a. What do I have in my inventory?
It's like I have more potions.
Yeah, everyone should have a lot of potions. You all have to beat them out. Pretty good.
Still though. His friend is hurt, so I'm gonna hand her a normal healing potion.
Okay.
All right, come on, get that down your gullet. You're looking a little bit bloodied there. Looks like we're pretty much out of this. And that'll be that.
Okay. Yeah, you're up next.
Yeah. So I will take that potion because I can't get anywhere near any combat right now.
Okay.
So I'll take that potion.
Okay.
I believe you handed it to me.
Yes.
If you go into your inventory, Mikey, I can do this for you too. If you go into your inventory,
Yes,
you take
please.
Okay. Are you so greater healing? Or normal?
Just a normal healing because I
Normal
think I only had the one greater.
There you.
All right. So confirm that. I'll take that. I will take that potion.
Chug, 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 chug.
Chugging it down.
Yeah, I think I targeted myself. Why is it not? Yeah. Okay. So take that potion. There we go. Use ability.
Putting 7 to you, so you're going to go up to 33.
All right. And that was my bonus action to do that.
Correct.
Okay. And then I'll give myself a cure wounds.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pop on a cure wounds as well. All right, 10 to you.
Yeah, and I would say like I'll end my turn just basically asking, did we get them all?
Thorn comes up to the unconscious now grappled body. Oh, well. I can take this over. Your friends need help over there.
Oh, okay.
Begins to circumvent taking the grapple and then begins to help restrain. Begins to kind of wrap and use some of the equipment that was provided to them previously, as well as equipment that they're asking you for, like a rope, right? Getting some rope. Okay. Grappling. They take their action to do so, and their movement to run up. Ending turn. Now come to the once was a good boy. So it turns, begins to dash directly north, moving 80 feet in its full run, disappears off the map. Felix, you're up next.
Is Felix aware of this creature that's running away? I can't tell based on
So I would probably say you have an inclination of shadow move, like you're getting an idea from the grass moving and then running in a northern direction. But that in distance, in terms of your light source as well as your dark vision, they're going to go outside of that. So they're going to go further than that, and that's going to be lost. So you just know that they're heading directly north at a full bore.
Okay. Well, I don't want this one to get away, so I will say telepathically, I'm gonna go try to get it, and I will dimension door as this creature is running away and disappeared out of my light, assuming that they're running away at the fastest way possible and not like zigzagging to get dimension. I would, he's seen him running around now several times, so he'd just be like, there, and picture that space and see if that gets there or not.
Make a flat intelligence check for me. See if you can do some trig. 15. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, I'll take it. You're able to dimension door. Probably say it puts you within 10 feet of the target right at that point. But not like right up next to him, but within 10 feet. You can hear the movements and shadows. I'm just going to transfer your token work. We'll put here because we're now going kind of off map at this point. And then I'm going to go ahead and put just a range of distance that you've gone here. 1 second.
I will action take a potion of superior healing because I can take another round. Bonus action.
Okay. Go ahead and put 29 to you. Yeah, someone has their hand raised.
That's me.
What can I help you
I was using my own short keys for my games. For token health.
Oh, gotcha.
And all the while he was chanting to himself, Soka Toa, derive for me the form Uola.
I will move James the creature and just it's right next to me. Look to the light. That's it.
Okay. I'm going to break the invisibility and mark the creature 35 feet off map as well as you, just using the elevation tool at this point. Keep us on the same map. Okay, that's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I get adjacent to him so that he has to disengage
right.
if he's running away. But
right next. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, Costas, you're up next.
Let's see, feet. So if I run 30 feet that way.
I don't think you're going to be able to catch him there, bud.
No. I want to know something. Would I'm trying to see if the spell's range. Would 120 feet with 30 feet cube reach him? No, I don't think it would, right?
Casting at 120 feet, a 50-foot cube.
With a 30-foot cube.
With a 30-foot cube. So they're greater than 160, so it's 180 plus 35.
So no. Okay.
No.
What the one over here? Okay, I could get this one though, right? The one that's not off map yet?
I'll probably say you could see that one prior to, but technically that creature's now invisible.
I mean, it's a big cube, so I don't need to know exactly what it is.
Yeah,
right?
I think you'll be able to strike that one for sure. Yeah, so I'll just leave him in that state. What are you doing?
Okay. That is a hypnotic pattern.
You're throwing off a hypnotic pattern.
Yeah.
Okay. Launch the box.
Sorry if I'm a bit slow. So again, it's been a while.
It's okay.
Oh wait, did that use I messed up on placing the thing.
Yeah, no template was drawn.
Yeah, okay. I'll just do it again without.
It's okay. I'll manually do the save. It's fine.
Okay.
All right. Not a big deal. But reality is it. They're going to succeed with a 24.
Yeah, end turn. I'm way too far off map to do anything else.
All right, we come to the one that is telekinesis here. So they're suspended and held above air. Now, I don't think they get a save here. Let's see.
It's so when it gets back to my turn, then contest again.
Yeah, I think we just come back around because you have to kind of maintain it, right, at that point. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna have them skip the turn because they pulled out the swords. I don't think that they can get the longbow out and do anything substantial at this point. So they're probably just struggling against the telekinesis and trying to get off of it, out of it. They just can't. It's really up next.
Well, we're gonna move in that direction, and I think I still need to see him to continue the check.
I think you do. I think you do as well. Yeah.
So in that case, we're just gonna light up a torch for an action.
Okay. I'm gonna put a torch effect on you here. Hopefully, no one's computer's crashing. Visibility there ends.
All right, and that'll do it.
Okay. So since you're not using your action to maintain, they just drop, right?
So
Okay. Othalia, you're up next.
Alright. I'm going to go to Felix. Sorry if I can. It's at 35, okay. Then I'm going to cast Mind Whip. And I can see next to him.
Okay. So, you're whipping the good boy.
Like this. You just think the thought. Finally,
All right.
good roll.
Yeah, there we go. So it's going to fail with an 8, takes 14 points of psychic damage. Creature is still alive after the whip. You see their mind moving back, their head moving back and forth, obviously taking, and they have to get to choose move, action, bonus action, at least one of the three. They seem to be confused, their mind shaking wildly back and forth.
Yeah, Heavy's gonna go with Costas again. And just
Keep on the
stick
shoulder.
around. More like land on an arrow, but yeah.
Ow.
nice perch.
Landing on the arrows. Pulling them out for you.
Yeah.
Aren't you not supposed to do that?
Yeah, it'll make it bleed more.
Yeah, they're shallow.
Rule- Don't pull the arrows. They're shallow, yeah.
The armor got most of it, you know.
I would hope so.
All right, this one is unconscious and now restrained by Soren. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Okay, so that one that is running away northward, that Felix is currently trying to catch, can
Yeah.
I see him?
Yes, you can. They're lit and within range of your bow.
Okay, so out of curiosity, what is the range of my bow with sharpshooter?
Well, you don't have disadvantage and you can hit up to 600 feet, so pretty fucking.
Damn! Holy crap!
Sniper rifle.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. And these rangers have longbows, so they could. I mean, if it wasn't dark, they'd be able to see you and fire up 600 feet. Just goes, it's just nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can hit him with an ensnaring strike, just to
Okay,
kind of
so
lock him
first
there.
first
Maybe we
attack.
can dispel him.
Yeah, first attack. See if we can get the arrow to hit, and then we'll hit the insurrection.
Okay.
All right, so first arrow goes out. 28 is going to be hit. That is going to land. It's going to kill them, so I don't need ensnaring strikes. The arrow is going to land right in the back. You see the character get hit with 7 points. Takes it, and you see the whispering as they grab your shoulders, Felix, as they begin to slide down to the ground. He's a good boy. Good boy, no.
No.
Shit!
Emotional damage.
I was just trying to bring him down, not kill him. Dang it!
We should have waited until we could trip polymorph.
I mean, it's not like I could have done anything else. I'm just over here in the distance. That's my one shtick. Okay, so this other guy that's still alive, is he still restrained?
No, currently not restrained and on the ground. I kept the telekinesis symbol up because it would end the concentration of Israel. Israel's technically still concentrating. So.
Okay, well, let's try to do the same thing then. Oh, well, shit, he's almost dead too. Can't let him get away though. Shit. Okay, well, if I don't kill him, I'm gonna cast Ensnaring Strike. I'm gonna shoot him with my longbow, too. This is hurting me more than it's hurting you, bud.
All right, first arrow comes through. 30 is going to be a hit, and that deals a total of 10 points of piercing damage. Go ahead and do your ensnaring strike.
Oh, thank God.
Fire off. And then you should go be able to click in your spells, ensnaring strike. Obviously, no damage dealt yet, but we can get the saving throw out. They're going to fail with a 3, and indeed, they are restrained.
Just stay there, man. We'll help you out. And I'm gonna start running over there. I think that was a little bit too far. And that'll be it.
All right. Thea, you're up next.
Yeah, no. I don't think I'm close enough to do anything to anybody except run toward the one by Istriel. So I'm gonna use my movement action and bonus action to run 90 feet toward Istriel.
Okay.
Where's 90? There we go.
Doing our double dash.
Yep. And yeah, so that's my turn.
Okay. Soren has this one restrained and is going to take their action to remove the light. Dismiss. Ends their turn. Felix up next. Top of round 7.
I'm gonna hold the body of Good Boy and cry. And that'll be my turn. You're such a good boy. That's it.
That's up next.
Are we the baddies?
I'm just gonna dash in the direction of last remaining. Ahead of me. Fuck. Good
Knowing
boy.
that these are delusion rangers, I mean, yeah, it's pretty rough.
And
Michael, why you gotta bring these feels down upon us?
Yeah, seriously.
So
Some
sorry.
of these
It's supposed
morals.
to be a wholesome game amongst
And-
friends. We are killing the mentally disabled.
Dirty Joe, I need you to roll a d6 for me, please.
I'd say it's almost worse.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the target takes 5 points of piercing damage, and then it's going to make a strength check to try to break out of the restraint. He's going to be unable to achieve that. That's his action to do so, and it's the end of their turn. Estrella, you're up next.
Alrighty. Well, we'll wheel around it and we'll give it a few non-lethal smacks.
Okay. Make your roll. Double 19s, 26 is a good smackaroo. 5 points of piercing damage. So you smack them back of the head. They're not unconscious yet.
Right.
Piercing damage?
And
Wait a minute. 12. Oh no, they dodge out of the way and the Nexus comes through. Not knocked out.
Offhand attack.
Going for the bonus offhand swing. 15. Not able to land either.
Oh, that's it.
Othello, you're up next.
It's a lot. The non-lethal character. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, I can't even make it. Yeah, I'm just gonna mind sliver.
Okay.
Oh, that's
They're going to succeed with a 20. Take no damage.
I'm glad you avoided that one. And my turn.
All All right, ending turn. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
I mean, I don't want to do anything else to hurt him. So I guess I'm just gonna dash forward 60 feet and want to call out like, dude, stop struggling. We're not undead. You're under enchantment. We're not gonna hurt you further. Just chill out. And yeah, end turn there.
Okay. Inquisitor.
All right. All right. All right. All right. So, question.
Hmm?
I know I'm too far away to get
Mhm.
there this turn, no matter what.
Yep.
Did I see Soren, the one who cannot see in the dark, extinguish his light?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm about facing and running that way.
Okay.
90 feet.
All right.
All right, so 90 straight down towards Soren, which is right there.
I'm gonna move heavy there. Heavy is. I'm gonna actually put heavy in the follow command. Okay. Soren on the knees, the satyr, currently over the body, kind of restraining and stuff like that.
Uh-huh. All right, yeah. No, that's my turn.
All right. See as Soren appears to be rummaging through some of the supplies, the offhand, picking up different things from the person, and they're muttering to themselves.
Can I understand what he's muttering?
Let me make a perception check. 2, 3.
Hold on. Perception check. Nope. Probably not.
Teen, running through the grass full bore, you're still coming through to the scene. Sloshing of the
Okay.
mud in the grass, you're not being stealthy with your approach. And the whispers of Soren are very, very quiet. So all you're hearing is like slight little muttering. And it's more being drowned out by the rummaging of the equipment that Soren is beginning to look at. You're
Okay.
not able to make out what it is, but you can hear that they're muttering. So, all right, Felix, what are we
Okay.
doing?
We're gonna go to the park and
Wait.
go for walks. Felix pulls out what looks like a red ball. Like we could have played fetch and just roll that onto the ground. So many plans dashed. Oh, look what they did to my boy. They massacred him.
Damn it.
That's it.
Okay, Michael.
Yep.
What would happen? Can I use my grappling hook on enemy?
Can you use your grappling hook on an enemy? What are we doing with the grappling hook on the enemy? You're just like bashing them?
Beating him to death.
I'm more thinking I want to like use it as like a ranged way of tying him up. Like I want to like go up and like tie him up and maybe like drag them to me, like
Okay.
or something like that.
So, Lucas, I know you've never used a grappling hook in your life. They're super heavy, tri-pronged. If you throw this thing at somebody and hit them, it's gonna hurt a lot. And maybe stab them, because there's like spikes in the ends. Dude.
Okay, so no killing them. Got it.
Yeah, please don't.
So yeah, just another 60 feet of movement up towards the opponent then, right to there.
Okay.
And I am going to take another compelled duel on him. Before ending turn.
Oh, Luke. Oh, yeah, you still have control. Thanks. Yeah. Sorry, my stuff is silenced on Discord. So let me do that real quick for you, because I forgot that we had you still in control, Attorney Joe. Woof! It's a tap. All right, you should be set to here and then. How's that look?
Uh,
Is that better for you?
let's see. It says I still have them, but might just not refreshed. Oh, refresh the page.
Okay, I've configured the permissions there, so it should be okay. So we now come to this ranger, so you have that full dash. Heavy is on your shoulder, still following you there, helping you with your next action, right? Help action there. This figure, this ranger, being restrained by the ensnaring strike, is the start of their turn. I need you to roll a d6, Sir Joe. Four. He takes 4 points of piercing damage as the vines of your ensnaring strike tendril through, kills them as it does, crunch through, then punctures through their underbelly of their, the underneath of their jaw, then through the chin as they're beginning to be engrossed in your uncontrolled vines and thorns. They then begin to
Damn it!
be restrained, suspended, letting go of their last breath.
Man, I was trying to save your ass. Oh, I'm gonna kill that hag.
That is the end of combat. As the end of combat occurs, you see as Soren stands up there, turns over in your general direction, currently holding one of the short swords, putting on the scabbard of the belt, brandishing some of the equipment. Figure has now been tied off, restrained. Oh, it's you. Oh, they begin to kind of walk over to you slightly to get some vision of you, right? Because they have no dark vision at all. So they're just kind of hearing and seeing your shadow work, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep out of like 10 feet away from him at all times.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I only see your shadow. Are you here? Begins to move towards you.
Nope. 10 feet.
Just kind of moving away.
Yeah, I'm always keeping 10 feet away from. Stop moving.
Why? Is there something wrong?
Stop
Do
moving.
I have a bug on me?
If I said yes, would you stop moving?
Yeah, I mean, yes, sure.
Who'd you think was coming over here?
What do you mean?
You're very trusting in a field that you can't see in. I could have been one of them.
I mean, you could have, but it seems like you all were taking, honestly, great work of them. I thought the fight was over.
You would have no way of knowing that.
I just saw that you all were making way north and chasing after some of the lights.
That indicates the fight was not over there.
Well, it wasn't over here, was it?
Yeah, but we were fighting invisible people. So,
And you don't appear to be invisible? So staying away from me.
I don't know.
Yep.
You can't really see me, can you? Do I
I don't know
believe
what
this
to
guy?
say right now.
I don't think. Do I believe this guy?
Roll insight. They seem to be under the interpretation of truth. So they're speaking from the heart, goodwill, and they are stuttering or moving in an odd and suspicious way.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna keep circling. I'm keeping my eyes on him, but I'm going down toward the body.
Okay. I guess I'll stay right here. I won't move.
Over the link. Joe, get over here.
On my way.
Well, looks like I stabilized them. The fire's going there.
Yeah, seems to be brought back, breathing a little bit. He's gonna be okay.
Didn't do much for the rest. It was way too late.
Does it seem like Soren only took like the sword from the fallen ranger guy?
Yeah, just the short sword.
And does he seem adequately tied up?
Yeah,
Okay.
down pretty good. Hands behind the back, rolled over, the head turned.
You hear anything else out here
Roll perception.
before I came running up? I was asking Soren if he had heard anything.
Oh, you're asking Soren?
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard anything.
Sorry to break the immersion. We're not paused or anything, right?
No, we're not paused. We're out of
Why?
combat.
I cannot move my token.
Yeah, I think I changed your permissions and it really messed things up. So let me drop another version of your token down, and then you should be able to move now. Let me just
Try refreshing.
I think you didn't get rid of my controls either.
There we go. Had a little moment of setting you to none and having Lucas be the owner, so I switched. My bad.
I am Dirty Joe.
Sorry, I looked at the colors and the owner person's like, wait a second. Uh-oh, what bad. There we go.
Makes so much more sense.
Now all tokens are gone. I have a dark field of grass.
Now?
Have we
Damn
tied
you,
up
Foundry.
Have we tied up the other one yet?
Off. No, we could tie this one up.
Yeah.
Get her out.
I'm gonna tie him up, and if people don't want to loot him, I'm just gonna throw him over my shoulder.
Okay.
Quickly over the mental link, be like, right, let's keep in mind how close we are to the fort and get out of here.
Yeah, we still
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Let's
just
collect
over the
bodies.
link, I'm gonna be like, he's kind of weird. I don't know. He just like walked toward me before he could see me. I didn't like that.
Suspicious guy doing suspicious things again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Might still be skeptical.
If you want to pick this guy up, he's tied up and unconscious. I'll keep an eye on him.
Will do. So yeah, I pick up the unconscious guy. And I'm assuming we're all just gonna try to regroup real quick. I'm gonna say over the link, like, guys, can we dispel the enchantment on this guy? Maybe get him to walk towards the fort or something.
Let's take them away from the fort. And do
Okay.
that away from here. And as
Well,
we're
not-
moving.
Not the hag fort, the other fort.
Yeah. Let's just move away from here. Start moving. As we're moving, let's try to move the bodies or hide them. Ishio, can you help me prestidigitate the blood away so they don't know we were here?
Yeah, on it.
Yeah, just clean up this whole scene.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and get us just off of that map, so we don't necessarily need to be on that map. And then we're gonna go to break because we had a really long combat there, and we're gonna make sure we have a good break to rest and stuff. I'm just gonna kind of, so you're moving the bodies, tucking them underneath the grass. You're maybe even hiding them within the muck in these kind of areas that might be kind of waterless, viscous. So, and then you're using precision to remove blood from grass and stuff. It's difficult. I mean, obviously this is extremely dark in here. You're having to like retrace your steps to the heat of the combat, but eventually, after taking 15, 20 minutes or so, you're able to kind of go through and then kind of cover a good amount of the area that you feel is worthwhile. The two creatures are still unconscious. They're restrained, bound by ropings at the stage. you begin to lump them over your shoulder and begin to make way through the grass in the direction of where you will imagine that the Ivrai, right, will be docking their boats, or even into the tree line, just to get away from the fort and outside of the area, and get a kind of a good distance in terms of being safe. Soren has just kind of waited, been silent at this stage, just kind of, didn't mean to cause any sort of offense, is the insight passive that you're able to really read out. And they just have the short sword on the side and just got the cloak of the ranger over, as well as their small backpack that's filled with, it has like a manacle in there and some other sorts of adventuring supplies this figure had. So they kind of just got some equipment that they didn't have. Really just kind of giving themselves outfit. And they're just tacking behind, walking with you all, and in what position that you all would deem. So they're not doing anything they're not doing anything else besides what you were observing in that muttering that was suspicious, right? You were able to kind of detect anything else about them. So with that said, we're going to have you all kind of make way through the deep grass, get into the tree line and into the shore area kind of ish, and begin to await the Ivrai, set up maybe a small encampment, right? Maybe even just kind of some alarm spells, right? In the grass, perhaps, just making sure that your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted. We're gonna go ahead and go to break. We're gonna take a 10-minute to 15-minute break so that we all can get a good, long, lengthy. It was a pretty hefty combat, and all of you took a good amount of damage. Very challenging that combat was.
Tricky fight,
yeah. So it was a tricky fight. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll be back at about 6:45 p.m. PST. Hopefully you join us for the second half of our session, and we thank you so much. So see you in a bit. Bye.
Lights.
Bye.
All right, welcome. If you're joining us still, we really appreciate that as you get going with the second half of the session, the last hour or so. So, you all have made way. I'm going to advance the time clock just a little bit to get towards the slightly of the shoreline here. I'm going to go ahead and have some sound effects for this. I want a slow moving open water. This is slow at this point. Down. Couldn't really find the slow one. Okay. And you come towards that small kind of area where you know that the Ivrai are going to be meeting you in relative to the first light and then beginning to advance toward the direction of the fort. You have the two of these rangers, of Lady Trillia's rangers. You have been covering your tracks, working slowly a little bit of the way, and also keeping your perceptions to see if you're being tracked or followed. Given the nature of the equipment of the creatures that you currently have in your restraints, it would stand to reason that they're simply on patrol. They don't have rations with them. They don't have extra food products. They don't even have bedrolls, really, or whatnot. They're really just out patrol around the fort, and they do continue. They always kind of carry, it looks to be like manacles, restraints, and rope, and these other things, in case there were to stumble across Fae, right, or undead that they would capture and interrogate. So they have yet to come conscious. It hasn't been very long, only about an hour and a half or so since you've made your way back to this area. And the wildlife around you showcases that danger of a dragon or a large creature is not near. The water's moving not softly, or I should say, let's say slowly, with a little bit of uptake now that it's going into the river delta. And the tower of Sorsatra visible by the moonlight as it penetrates through at a dry day.
Pretty.
Yeah, pretty.
So if we're making camp here, you said that these Evrai look different than the others. Like they look tainted of sorts.
So their skin is more whitish, so they've lost a lot of that tan coloration that you would otherwise see in a wood elf. They have black pupiled eyes and irises, so they're no longer have any sort of coloration in the iris. The ears that would otherwise be they're actually drooped, so they're drooped in the sense they like turn downwards. And then they have signs of some upraising of the veins, and the blood appears to be slightly blackish.
Can I make an investigation check, like if they have any markings, puncture wounds, anything that would like indicate that this is done physically as well as mentally?
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Can I assist with that?
What roll with advantage?
Okay, and to stack a little bit more. Right.
And getting the guides. $27. So you begin to disrobe the unconscious body.
Yeah.
This looking for punctured any markings. You're scavenging the skin, looking around. You are actually able to find an elvish tattoo on the bicep of the left arm, and it actually is a tattoo that would commonly be placed on a ranger of their tribe or clan. Notes them as an Ivrai. Not something you saw the other rangers. They didn't disrobe, didn't show that part of their bicep right to you, any of you. But it's very there. It's not a very large tattoo. Continuing through, you don't find any puncture marks or any sort of burn markings or suction marks or anything that would be something to put the corruption into this individual.
Yeah, I guess taking out Lady Troya is the best bet for this. Just trying to find other options or see if there was other things that she was doing.
No, it was a good idea.
This whole situation sucks.
Yeah.
can we at least try to break the enchantment? Maybe
Yeah,
send them somewhere else? I really hate to just, shoot him in the night and then bury him when we couldn't have helped.
That's true. You want to try it again?
Right, so long as we're getting a rest afterwards, suppose we can give it a shot.
Yeah, I think we're taking camp here.
Definitely.
Four slots to work with.
Can you get both of them at the same time?
Go ahead and make a check for the first one. "23, successful. Dispel the magic. You begin to pull your process from pulling the hands and some of the almost like necrotic energy, right? Pulling into your hands from this one that's unconscious. And then you make your way to the second one.
Oh, all right.
Nice.
Woo!
Let's go.
24, you make way to the second one, and as you begin to dispel the magic, you can see that it begins to pull outwards. And it seems to be successful as well.
All right, well, when they wake up, that should have worked.
Okay, so that leads to the next question. When they wake up, do we try to explain things to them? Should we wake up now, or just leave them here, not make any noise, and hopefully they'll wander off of their own accord in the morning?
Maybe we leave a note.
I guess they're going to be awful confused, though. Remember how scatterbrained the last one was?
Not to be more cruel, but I suggest we leave them tied up and keep them with us. And when they wake up, we explain to us. We don't want them to be paranoid or more erratic and move out of turn and cause more friction. We can just explain things when they're already handled.
Okay, but
I-
what
yeah.
are we going to do tomorrow morning? Just leave them tied up here in the bog?
No,
Maybe we could send them to the Ivry.
we explain things and let them move accordingly out this forest. They can hide. They're Evri. They're rangers. They know this
Mhm.
much.
And we don't tell them where we're going or what we're doing. So they can't
Ugh,
accidentally give us up.
I guess, but on the other hand, if they're all like confused and they don't know who they are or where they are or what's been going on, they might just head back to that fort because that's all they've known for who knows how long, you know? They just home in on what's familiar. And that might give us away. So I don't want to leave them tied up. I kind of want to find some way to send them home if we can.
Well,
Well,
We could keep them with us for now, then when they become somewhat conscious, we like send them in the direction of where the other Ivry are and let them deal with it. That's-
Well, no, because the Evrai are a distraction. We don't want them to get caught up in the heat of battle either. Is there any
Okay.
way we could like just get them to follow heavy or something across the river? Or I don't know. I just don't want these guys getting any more hurt than they already have been. They've been through a raw deal.
We could find maybe like a little cave or alcove or something, leave them there, and then come back for them after the fight.
Maybe.
I really
Did
don't
we
worry
see
about
anything like that?
Not really. It's a marsh.
It's a marsh, but maybe we could give them a job. Put something in their minds that they have to do. And that will help keep them calm.
Throw torches. We could have them throw torches to the fort.
No,
I was gonna say
absolutely not.
we just have them stay here in the tree line where me and Joe saw all of those alarm wire tracks that had been set up, and just keep watch. Make sure nothing's following us. That if they see the Evrai come by, know that they are helping us and they also have to help them. give something for their minds to focus on instead of being confused.
Actually, that's not bad, because if the enchantment's lifted, they won't see any of us non-undead folk as undead anymore.
Exactly.
And thus, yeah. So if anybody looks normal coming by, they can maintain the traps and give aid.
Exactly. Give them something to do so they don't wander off, cause confusion, get more confused themselves, accidentally lead something to us, something that's going to keep them relatively stationary
All right.
and
Yep, let's do
relatively
that.
safe. Relatively safe.
Yeah, sounds good.
So do we wake them up now or just let them sleep through the night?
Let's handle it.
Still stick with my suggestion that we keep them tied up and stop them running.
All right. That works.
Okay, so you're keeping them tied up, and then you're waiting till they become conscious.
Yeah, since
Mhm.
Thea and I will probably be the first to wake up, be around the same general same time.
Okay. So, is anybody doing anything in waiting for them to wake up, or you just could always just hanging out until that happens?
Um, so question about the gems that we got. Um, is any of them translucent in any way, or are they all more opaque?
The gems that you got in reference to what exactly?
Uh, the what was it, 2,500? The guy in
Are
the
you
bag
are
of
you
holding.
so? Oh yeah, you're referring to the treasure
Mm-hmm.
that you obtained. Are any of them
Yeah,
stand out in
like
terms of?
like translucent that would look like a panel, more look similar to glass in a sense.
Most of these gems are translucent. They're very
Mm-hmm.
good quality gems. That's one of the qualities of having the value of these gems is that they are somewhat see through.
Okay. Um, I think Odal would just look through the gems and just see them over, thinking of an idea of an item he'd like to create. So and just do a little further research on that before he goes to sleep.
Okay, you're kind of cutting out a little bit, so I'm trying to do the best I
I'm
can.
saying that Othala would look through the gems and like just look through them and write in his notes about a magic item that he's thinking of creating soon.
Okay, so you're taking notes a little bit, working through the
Mhm.
gems, looking at the quality, just kind of noting and making notes. Okay, sounds good. Anybody else?
No, just keeping watch and
Yeah.
taking
Keeping
a long
watch.
rest.
Yeah. Keeping watch, keeping my paranoia in check because it's a problem.
Okay. So, well, one of the rangers, after about half an hour, keeping watch in your perceptions at this stage, getting into the night here, one of the rangers actually is awaking, and they're currently, I was just assuming, I'm assuming you have a little bit of a light source of dim just to keep them so they're not invisible. Because if there is no light source at all, technically both are invisible. So you wouldn't exactly see them. So I'm just assuming you have some light source to make sure they're just not going invisible. So being restrained here, you see this one kind of rise, and their eyes are looking around from left to right, and they begin to kind of roll themselves onto the side of their shoulders, restrained at the back or perhaps even the front, and they're just kind of looking around, not saying a word, just looking, taking in the scenery.
Do they seem concerned at all, or just like trying to figure out where they are?
Trying to figure out where they are.
How are you
I don't
feeling?
think either of us mentioned who was on first watch, but
Yeah.
I'm fine with you being on first watch. You're you're there aware of him waking up.
Mhm.
Okay, Joe's asleep.
Okay,
Yeah.
Joe's asleep. Say you're on watch. You say, how are you feeling?
Yeah, quietly. How are you feeling?
Who is that?
How
Roll
close
the
am I to this person?
Kind of roll themselves over, trying to get perspective on his voice. And you can say you can be as close as you want to be. That's entirely up to you.
Yeah, probably within 10 feet of them.
Yeah, so they're just kind of rolling to see your voice, right? And they kind of turn their head. Eventually, they kind of look at you.
How are you feeling?
The worse for wear. Like I've been hit by a truck. If trucks existed, it's a game. Feel like I've been hit by a wagon. There you go.
Hmm. Not far off. Do you know where you are?
You can see water, hear it next to a river. Other than that, no.
Do you know where you've been and what you've been doing?
It's a bit of a blur. Last memory I have really is escorting a handful of fae. Gnomes from Jinrula.
Um, is Othala still awake? Or Istriel? Because I know they both.
It's up to them. Up to them.
To be awake, like I said, I'm researching.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also have trancing to think about too. So
Yeah.
Soren is asleep.
Who do you work for?
I don't work for anyone. I work for the wood. How about that? Are you my captor?
Ah, captor, rescuer, guardian, whatever
Oh,
you
you
feel
can't.
is appropriate.
You can't be my captor and my rescuer at the same time.
You'd be surprised.
Well, then you should release these bonds if I've been rescued.
Well, I just want to know something. You work for the wood. You transport the fae.
I don't transport the fae. I escort the fae.
You escort them to safe haven, correct?
Outside of the marshes, yes.
Yes. So what is the name of the group that you do that with?
I can't trust you. I don't know who you are. Told you enough to warrant respect, truth, and honesty.
Can I draw the symbol that was on the person that we investigated? The one
That's
that
this person.
symbolized. Okay, so I'm going to draw that on the dirt.
Okay. What are you drawing?
I'll wait for him to look at it.
What is that?
What is that? Is there recognition?
I don't know. I'm asking you. What is it?
I'm drawing the symbol that you said was tattooed on them that symbolized that they were Evrite.
Yeah, they're asking what it is.
Oh. And I'm wondering, I'm asking you the DM if when they saw that there was recognition in the face.
Oh, yeah, roll insight.
Yeah. I'll take my minimum. No, I can't. Never mind. Actually, can I? No. No.
It's difficult
I'll
to
take-
tell. It seems that they have recognized it, but it's unclear to see if they've recognized it as a personal thing or as a something they've seen along their travel.
Um, hmm. I have this prepared.
Quiet now, are we?
I'm thinking. I'm sorry.
I'm guessing we have like a torch or
Yeah, we have
campfire.
something to keep them visible to us.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll cast prestidigitation, and in the fire, I'll whisper over to the Evrai, "Hey, get the fire." And in prestidigitation, I'll make Diren appear in the smoke, like coming out of the smokes, like his face. We're we're the good guys. I know being in binds is not the best feeling, but we're taking our precautions. We just want everything to be calm, and we apologize for this. We just want to have civilized conversation. If you could just breathe and look at yourself, you're not the same as you were. You're missing gaps. Things are different. We just want to help.
Well, I can tell you one thing. And one thing only.
Listening.
Gets to scooch themselves, looks at you. I won't speak another word till these binds are removed. They slowly begin to roll themselves back. They lay flat on their back with their hands behind them. They slowly turn to the side, looking in the direction of the river.
Look at Dia, and I'll give her a nod. I'll unsheath my dagger. And cut his ropes.
Got the binds?
Again, we mean no harm.
How do you know Theron?
We have a plan currently following a similar goal, trying to stop your captor and trying to stop a whole bigger ordeal that's happening.
Who is my
During this-
captor?
One you'd probably remember as Princess or a beautiful and Lady Drulia, the hag.
Memories are blended. But Lady Trillia and the princess are the same.
Is that a farce she's going by, or does she actually appear as that to you? Like,
From what I can tell from my blended memories, I was a part of the Ivrai from one of the very beginning. I am far older than Theron, and some of us are, our lives preserved. I have served Lady Trillia under the notion as princess and illusions for some time. Those that were not born but yet made, like me, can tell the difference. Others, like this one here, they will not bear the mark of Ivrai. They were born. Their mothers were made. They were turned. They were Ivrai. You see what I am saying?
Yeah, just to clarify what they're saying is that the person that we have with them was born into servitude to Lady Trillia.
What they're referring to, out of character, is that the
Yeah, I'm
first
just
one
trying.
that
I'm just
you,
trying to
the
clarify.
first one that you dispelled, and the reason why that they are the way that it is, and the individual next to them, is because they are born from Ivrai mothers that were turned. They have never known anything but the
Okay.
illusion.
That's what I thought.
But the one in front of us is
Was
original.
Ivrai.
So
Was
this
Ivrai and then turned.
exactly. So this
Okay.
is a Ivrai that is far older than the original,
Mm.
and they were turned a long time ago.
What do you suggest we do with this other one then?
I don't know.
Would they be inclined to help you?
No.
Help us?
They know no other life. The very world will be destroyed. It'll take time for the mind to heal. For them to come to terms of what has happened and who they are now. If the corruption has been removed, as it has done to me, I'd imagine it's been done to them.
Yes, correct. Yeah, stopping this at an individual level isn't going to be as significant. We'll just have to stop the source.
The source, you will never achieve that. Source comes from the Shadowfell, from Orsivis's domain. For those that are turned, it may be far easier. Those that are born. Stopping Lady Trillia, she holds no power. She is her own. Born from a night coven. Killed her sisters. And took their souls and spirits to empower themselves. But that power does not extend over the Rangers. Their minds are whispered by Orsivis, as was mine.
But we are in the marshes right now, and the fog is lifted, so
It is.
the reaches of the Shadowfell, I guess, aren't as prominent. Are you saying there's another leak, another sort of way that the Shadowfell is coming in here?
Orsivis's touch. It works on the mind of the individual. It lingers, it stays. It does not care if that is the power that was over this place is gone. The Rangers, I, them, we are not undead.
I can see that. I'm just trying to understand if there's a possibility or a way for Orsivis's reaches to no longer linger here. I've read the stories of Redwood. I've heard tales, and it sounds pretty good to go back to something like that. And I'm just,
To what the marshes used to be, the redwoods.
yeah,
I don't know how to cure. I can only hope that with it stopped, the fog lifted, the power of Orsivis removed, that perhaps here itself, as all the natural world does, it moves to heal, with or without us. As soon as I awoke The enchantment illusion gone. I could see the fog was lifted. Gave me hope.
I guess that's the start right there.
It's a start.
What is your name?
My name is Falathis.
I'm Odala.
Nice to meet you.
See ya.
You as well.
What do you want to do? Follow this.
Right now, rest.
That's probably a good idea.
Joe suggesting us discuss more in the morning.
Suppose. Will this one wake up like I have?
Israel said it worked. I believe them.
Perhaps it would be best they do not awake so soon. Does any of you or your party have a way of keeping them in this unconscious state?
Still have some of those berries, yeah.
Yep.
Can ground those up. You can make a tea again. They're sleeping just little
Force feed
drops.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just be easy. Remember, they're from the Giants.
The paralysis?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
The
just
damn
you know,
strawberries.
not screaming, right? But just eyes open, internally.
Yeah, sleep paralysis.
Sleep paralysis. Fine. Everything's good.
It's basically a trance.
That could be a fate literally worse than death. You literally don't know at all where you are, who you are, what's happening at all. Your mind broken and you can't move, scream, do anything. And you're just literally in your mind screaming. That sounds horrible. Don't do this, people.
Please like a note in
Syndrome.
front of them or something before you do this.
I've had shroom trips that were kind of like that, and
Yeah.
yeah, they're not fun.
That's a
Do not
real
recommend.
condition. Like people, that's their life, and they end.
Yeah.
Like, as they're like dying, locked in syndrome, their body slowly starts shutting down.
Okay, we can rethink this. I'm sorry.
Just tie him up and gag him.
Fucking gag them, blindfold them.
oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Make sure they're very securely tied, so they can't like jiggle around and make noise.
Also, if they're conscious now, does someone have to willingly take this?
Willing, what do you mean?
I'm trying to see if encode thoughts is willing, or you can just cast it and give it to someone. Because I'd just like to maybe explain things.
Oh,
I
you
have,
mean
like-
you want to literally encode thoughts into the person who's this unconscious state?
Mm-hmm. So that they wake up probably calmer than they are, just to have some information, so that they're not completely in the dark.
Washing.
If Lady Trilia is all they've ever known, then they're not going to listen to us. So if anything,
Saves time.
we'd have to tell them something that makes them think we're with them to keep them calm.
Yeah, I think that encode thoughts would probably, if it would work. I don't think it can, because it definitely the language in this is that
Yeah, I was
it's
trying to
really
skim through it.
Yeah. I mean, they don't really state it, but it kind of sounds more like someone has to be receiving it.
Yeah,
And
accepting.
then
I was saying, I
accepting
saw
it.
like, is it willing? Because if it
Um,
is, then I could
yeah,
just leave
it
the wizard
uses
and
willing.
spawn
It
around.
uses willing language in it. So,
Because it lasts for 8 hours. I was just like, I don't know. So just thinking of ideas. If anything,
yeah.
yeah, I guess we can just blindfold them, keep them there, gagged.
Okay. So while you're coming up with these ideas and conversing, you see Falathis just like kind of stand up a little bit. Do you not have anything?
Unfortunately, I don't think so. Other than brute force ways.
It might be best to put him to death.
I had thought of that.
I did as well, but didn't want to really resort to that since we did kill about 8 of them.
If you don't mind, I could go out to the marsh, try to find some herbs and certain shrooms. I might be able to come up with something. But that's if you trust me to lead.
You can do whatever you wish. Follow this. I believe if you come back, I trust you.
Okay? I will return.
When he leaves, I send Happy after him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, as soon as they walk out of the light, they become invisible. So as soon as they walk out of the light, just disappear.
Still makes tracks.
Okay. So after a bit of time here, roughly an hour or so has passed by, you hear the sounds of the soft grass moving. Eventually, Olathis returns. Some of the light become visible. The individual that's unconscious is beginning to rile and move. You see, Olathis begins to grind down some of the shrooms and the herbs, and just working on trying to kind of create something that it's not necessarily paralysis, but more of kind of a sleepish aid, right? Trying to be like, hey, coercing them back into like a trance or something instead of just like rising completely. They're going to be more subdued, calm, chill, right? So definitely like got some hybrid hallucinogenic thing happening, right? With some of the herbs, doing all good and stuff. Really just kind of making something out of what they could find in the short term, moving into work it, grinding them down with the aid of stuff that you most likely will have to provide. Then begin to pour that liquid into the mouth of the ranger. After that point, riling kind of slowly begins to subside, and they just kind of are like the eyes are kind of open from them, and they're just kind of now like kind of staring, and that they slowly begin to close as if they're going into like a trance. And you see Phalathis just like slowly begins to like lay down, put the head back, with some grass right next to them, and just begins to go into trance as well. Tired, injured, barely alive with their hit points. They're now going to sleep themselves. So at this point, I'm going to advance the time clock. Everyone can obtain a long rest. You're getting up kind of in the early hours of the morning. So those who probably were on watch, if you don't trance, you probably most likely would have to sleep a little bit later than this just to get some extras here. And you can see as well as hear the soft, faint light that's coming from the sun through the overcast. The transition here begins to happen in the direction of the creatures in the day, and then the canoes kind of come through some of the movement of the updraft of fog and stuff that's kind of just rolling naturally from transpiration. A couple canoes are coming across the waterway, soft and slowly, and they're filled with the equivalent of 6 rangers. The lead canoe, the huff front steering, begins to slowly row, spotting you all. They saw it just kind of continue to make way. At this point, Phalathis has arisen, and the ranger next to them still bound. See as they're in land, canoes kind of come up on the shore, the grass mucking them down and pulling. Kieran and 5 of the rangers begin to disembark, looking from left to right, keeping their perceptions alert. Kieran immediately makes way. Whoever's kind of closest or whoever's awake just has the hand outstretched. And then the mastiff hops out of the canoe. The back at the second one.
Good boy.
Woof.
You then see Phlothis stand up, shakes, and then makes way to them, shaking. Then turns and looks without words. Looks down at the one who's still in a slight trance. Well, this is the first to speak. I'll take this one back to the lake. If you don't mind, I'll take one of the canoes. Aaron looks back to the rest of you. I don't personally mind. There's another one that was removed of magic. A lot has changed, I'd imagine, for you. The town, the village is destroyed. There is a hidden place underneath the lake. Through the cellar of the boathouse. There is another down there. Just like them. Wrap them within a small room. A hidden compartment in case we were ever raided. You take that canoe there, if you wish. Darren turns back to the rest of you all. We don't need them, do we?
No, you
No,
can't
they-
really-
Oh yeah, feel free to take them. They'll get burned.
They've been through enough.
Lower the head. Lothis picks up. Ranger, still restrained of the shoulder, places in the canoe against the canoe. Heads across the water. They don't say any words. Just travel across. Thank you. Seems like you have helped now 2, 3. It's impressive.
Yeah, impressive.
Well, we are here to render aid. What's the plan?
Same plan as before. You guys hide out in the grasses, try to draw attention. We'll try to scale the walls and make our way and slay that vile hag that's been bewitching this poor folks.
Yeah, we'll explain the terrain fort that we've seen. Explain that we want them to attack the, what is it, the south side, right? South entrances.
Yeah, the south main entrance
To draw
area.
their attention there. Still to stay hidden, not to draw too much attention. If anything is gonna turn to like a full frontal attack to evade, escape. We don't want any casualties. Yeah.
You want us to attack the front of the fort?
Your goal is not to break down the door. You're just gonna try and attract their attention. Just shoot a few arrows, hide, shoot a few more. Like the moment that you feel you're in danger, you can pull back.
I see. Okay. I think we can manage that.
Yeah, we just need a small window.
Small window. You got it. Anything else?
Good luck.
Yeah, same goes to you. Bob, what can you tell me about the dog?
That's for emergencies. If
Oh,
before
fuck you.
Are
he
we, are
just doesn't
we,
like it.
are we supposed to tell this dog to charge the fort or what?
Just keep it with you. If we have something we need to convey to you, we can convey it to the dog easily, quickly, without any trouble.
Yeah, sure, they're disposable. We don't need them, so.
I mean,
All right.
How
the
can you
dog-
say that about a dog? Oh,
Felix, it's
dog
I don't know.
would
He
okay.
has no heart.
We'll get you a dog. I'm sorry.
the dog would be a good distraction.
It would if we had oh man, this is horrible thoughts.
Are you guys saying you should?
Horrible or practical?
I
I'm
was
just gonna walk
thinking
over to
strap
Mastiff and like cover its
something
ears or can I
explosive.
talk.
Something explosive as the massive, Trojan horse, but just with a
Mm.
bomb.
I am covering
I will
the
kill you
Mastiff's
all.
ears.
The fuck
I
are we
want you to
talking about
know.
here?
I mean, isn't it a
You guys
magic?
are monsters.
Isn't it like a magical ethereal summon or something?
Yeah, so
I
why don't I
mean-
turn one of you into a
Here-
dog with my polymorph, and then you be the explosive?
Yeah, it's
I
like
mean, come on.
it's a
I've done
conjuration
some-
of an animal. I mean, these animals don't just come from nowhere. We pull their spirits from the Feywild.
Yeah, they exist. Like, I've done some weird. I've messed around with a horse before, but like, I didn't actively strap a bomb to
Costas-
it.
I don't know.
Costas,
Heavy has
rephrase
done some.
the way you say that.
Heavy's done
Jerry
some
over
crazy
here
not like I
summoned
messed
a
with
whole
it.
family of badgers.
Badgers, huh? Did they
Yeah.
eat
Badgers
the honey?
would be really useful. Yeah,
I summoned a
badgers
lot
would
of
be-
badgers. They were kind of mad at me. Died.
Yeah, the point is, even though our boy Costas here is, well, possibly touched on the head and kind of fast and loose with his companions, he means nothing but the best, and if nothing else, you just keep this delightful pooch here close and give him some scratches behind the ears if you ever need a light in the darkness, so to speak. He's a good boy.
All right. Well, we have. I mean, we've been treating him like a good boy. I mean,
Excellent.
who
You
wouldn't,
guys are
right?
true friends, I must say.
So you're attacking the fort from the left or the right? West or east?
West, I believe.
Attacking
I
the
don't
west.
remember.
All right.
You're attacking from the
They're-
bottom of the map.
they're
We're attacking from the top of the map.
The top of the map. You mean the top of the fort? You know the north side of the fort is.
I have a
Pretty
minor
much-
illusion, the fort in my hand,
Oh wow.
and
That's
point
impressive.
where I want him to go to.
No, I
See,
got
I hear
I got
this-
that. I got that. But are you following the lake from the west or are you following the lake from the east?
Well,
Going to assume that we canonically remember what we had scouted up before, and that we can tell them what our actual plan was. Because in meat space here, I don't remember what the answer
So
was.
if you're
Can you
if
show-
you're no, so if you're after yeah, this is fine. So if you're after Lady Trillia particularly, you know that there is a rock structure that is on kind of the right side, right back side of the fort. So if you're going to be attacking from the water, you actually have to skim the lake because you can't go into it, right? Because it's not actually really water. And you have to kind of skim that and then come at the back side, kind of the back right side, and draw them from the front. That's what you all kind of made.
yeah, that's the goal.
That's the goal,
Okay, let's
right.
do that.
So,
yeah,
Okay.
that.
So we're attacking from the east then? So, not saying that to him,
Well,
just saying that to the group.
Yeah,
Not
we'll
like
be hitting the fort from the northeast. They're going to be hitting it from the south.
Okay.
Gonna smear that nasty hag all over the walls.
Spell preparation.
So make sure I got tokens placed down and positions. Okay. So getting your battle strategy under control here. You see is, Baron is completely accepting of this. They can attack from afar, even use some of the roadage to kind of pop out and fire arrows, right? Treating the Mastiff as a good boy. They are completely 100% in agreement. They begin to muster their forces, getting ready, and you all begin to travel relatively together at a certain point, right? Because you're kind of now using the woods and the skirting of trees and you're going around the fort. I'm lagging a little bit. Hold on. Okay. You're skirting the trees of the grass area, and then you're going to be kind of rounding it and then splitting at that point. Whereas the Rangers are going to then proceed north, you're going to proceed more northeast, and you're going to try to get over to where the lake is on that side of the map, quote unquote, right? And then you're going to be using the grass as cover as you begin to make way in the direction of that. And you're not really going to press forward until the foray has started, until the fight has started, right? Because you want the kind of the creatures to be drawn to the south end of the fort, and then you're going to be basically making your dash or your movements, right? So this is very simple. I'm going to advance the time clock here and essentially get us to a point of where you would be at that location, and as well as set up for when the fight has now started and ready to go. So I'm going to put on, let's see here.
I'm giving Thea a gift of alacrity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see.
That's just a plus D8 to initiative, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. So I have you all coming from the top right side. You're skirting the lake. You have really had to just taking passive stealth checks and stuff and certain things. Just going to fast track. We're kind of near the end of our session here, so I want to get you all in a kind of a good place. Potentially could come to some conclusion without stoppage. So you are skirting the edge of the lake here. You then begin to see the fighting happening. The Rangers are stacking themselves on the palisade walls. There's shadows movement between the gaps of the walls, and they're heading in the direction of the south side. You don't actually see a whole lot of Rangers here. I mean, in terms of the walls, as well as the shadows moving in the encampments. Could be that they're just light. Maybe there's patrols still out and they have yet to return, or those are sleeping and resting in other areas, or tents maybe. Just don't see them. So they're heading on the south side, they're getting onto the walkways, and they're engaging in arrow fire with those that are firing off from a good distance, roughly 300 feet on the south side of the path. They're actually, this is a very long-ranged fight. They're launching arrows at each other and just trying to draw attention as much as possible from the other side. There's not really magic being cast at this point, and you all are free to move as the Rangers don't actually notice you on that particular side of the map, and they're beginning to continue to make way.
Mr. Joe,
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you make it a little bit quiet for us?
I mean, their attention's already drawn. I only
I know,
have
but
so much juju. Is it worth it? I think we can just go extra quiet and sneak up on ourselves, like using our natural abilities, like.
I think it's really crucial that we get there undetected.
Oh, all right.
But I'm totally not the leader of the group.
No,
And my wishes are not.
You tend to have a good head on your shoulders there, bud. I'll do it.
Thanks, you're a good boy, Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. This will be very useful. I kind of need it.
In this time, Soren has been relatively quiet. It's just taking orders and listening. They've rested just fine, got themselves prepared and ready to go for the journeys ahead. Maybe had a little bit of breakfast as well as chatter with Istriel. But other than that, They've been keeping relatively silent, in addition to just kind of looking in the direction of you and just, not wanting to offend. So the eyes are kind of like, kind of eyes open and just really just keeping themselves proper. Dirty Joe, 35 stealth check rolled. Okay.
I'm invisible.
Natural 20 with a 43. That's insane. 25, 16 from Costas.
I really did need that. 6 up.
Okay. Crouched down into the grass. Continues to see rangers getting up on top of the walkways, huddling themselves and getting attention drawn.
All right, let's go.
Sneaky step, y'all. Right up to the palisade wall and we'll rope over.
It's to stay a little to the back. Source. How tall is this wall?
Are we telepathic bonded right now?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, what's the
So-
plan at this point?
Yeah, moving people in positions. Here, Soren is following Ystrel, keeping about a 10-foot of distance. I'll have them. Paso Trace is holding steady. You are hearing and seeing stuff through the shadows of the gaps, so the gaps of the palisade walls. You're kind of muttering to yourselves, a little bit of whispering happening here. And as two rangers are coming up the steps from an underground area of the hefty rock, one of them turns their head in the direction of clinking armor of Costas. As they stop and they turn, they begin to look, whispering to the one to the left. Stop.
Do I hear that?
Yep. And they
Did
then
that-
begin
did I
to
hear
grab their weapons out. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Ah.
Sorry, how tall is this wall?
The wall is 10 feet tall. So you're looking through the gaps, right? So you're just as camouflaged, and so they're just going off sound at this point. Okay, I'm adding 4 to 27. Wow, you both compete pretty crazy for initiative there, Felix. Damn. Is that nat 20? Nat 20 for Felix on initiative, still gonna get beat out. That's so sad.
Wah, wah.
That's so sad. Okay, so we're gonna begin combat, and Thea, you're starting here quick to react to them both catching, so they're kind of funneling up the stairs. Perhaps there's an underground area to this fort, and they're kind of now called to arms, and they just happen to hear the clanking armor of Costas as you're sneaking up on this back or this top side of the fort. Technically, it's the back of the fort. They don't perceive anybody but the sound of the armor, and they're whispering to each other. It's like, what is that? What is that? And they're kind of now grabbing the weapons out and just, not stringing the bow per se, just kind of putting the weapons, grabbing the long sword a little bit, the short sword, the short sword, the dagger, and they're just kind of like slowly walking towards the wall as if they've heard something.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't see Costas right here. So where is he?
Costas is inside of Othala.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's like, where is he? I don't even know. Okay, so I would assume that they would head in the direction that they heard the noise. Because they're whispering to each other. So they must have heard something.
Well, you heard Costas' armor. It clanked pretty
Yeah,
hard.
yeah. 1, 2.
Like they were walking and then they slipped on some mud and then like one of the pauldrons like made a noise.
All right. To get up and over this wall, what would that take me?
So it actually, in terms of getting over this wall, it's going to take an athletics check, and then you're going to move half of your movement speed, right, to get it since difficult terrain.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I gotta try to keep them from raising an alarm to come back here. So I'm gonna try to handle them fast. I'm vaulting the wall, at least gonna try to. And
Okay.
yeah, so athletics check. Nope.
All right, so Thea, as you get onto the palisade
Could I
wall
do
here,
acrobatics instead?
no,
Okay.
this is not an acrobatic maneuver. You're having to grab some of
Alright.
the handholds of the rope and kind of pulling yourself up, and it's slippery and wet. And there's a
Mhm.
lot of this like kind of tar like substance over, so you're kind of slipping with your feet and stuff. But you are able to get a handhold. It's not difficult, but it's making noise, which is particularly the issue. You're making kind of scraping noise and the other things. You see them through the shadows. They're now rather full grabbing the weapons out. You're now on top of the actual wall at this point. You've gone in 20 feet of your movement, and you're now kind of straddling some of the spikes right between them. And you're able to kind of get over the other side and even drop yourself down if you wish.
Okay. Can I have gone over at like an angle?
Yeah.
Okay. So land here.
Okay. So you've got
And
a
then-
total of 20 feet of movement right now.
Okay. Yeah, no, we're gonna right here.
Okay.
And I'm going to 2 swipes at this guy. Or 1
Okay.
swipe at this guy. Because that
Okay.
was
That's
was
all-
it an action to do it?
No, I won't take it as an action. I don't think that it's that challenging as it is an action. It's more or less just seeing what you can do in the fight, right, to see if you can get over or not when
Okay.
everything's happening. So I'm not going to have it be an action, especially with the time we have
Okay, yeah.
left in the session. So you come up. They're not surprised by you. They heard you kind of
Yeah.
clawing up a bit because you're moving at a quick pace. You then go for a strike. All right, 22 is going to hit. Nice, 12
Alright.
points of piercing damage. You stab through the shoulder of the one lower end. You really just have the top of the head and the neck. So you're jabbing down into the shoulder of this kind of overgrown staircase that goes into the depths of rock.
Okay, and then second attack.
Okay. Going for a secondary attack. A natural 1 is sent outwards. With muck and tar still on your boots, you're slipping backwards and you aren't able to get the leverage to dive down upon the target, but you're able to stand up and not fall prone.
Okay. Yeah, mental link. 2 here, they know we're here. And then ending my turn.
Okay. Turn. Felix, you're up next.
I can see these two through the palisade or no?
You can, yeah. So there's enough gapping between some of the actual spiked palisade that you can actually look through. And even your hand being small, you can actually put your hand through.
Excellent. I will throw out a unsettling words, the one that Athea didn't hit. Bonus action.
Okay.
They get
Nice.
minus
Minus
7
7.
on their
Nice, nice,
save.
nice.
I'm gonna go through. This does not have verbal component, so only if creatures are looking back would they know that this spell is being cast. I will cast
Okay.
Hypnotic Pattern.
All right. Minus 7 is not needed. They both are going to fail their checks here. So the knock pattern is going to be invoked and begins to throw them into a stupor of sorts. I'm going to go ahead. I think that they are, let's see, incapacitated and charmed. I'll put both of those effects on. And the charmed is more of a stupor rather than follow me around. So I'm just gonna have them.
Say the telepathic link. They're incapacitated. And take them out one at a time. They're that way for a minute. We got time to get over this wall. Don't draw attention.
10-4, good buddy.
Then I'm just gonna go over. No, that's with my movement. I'm gonna try to get over the wall.
Okay. Go ahead and make an athletics check to get started.
Oh yeah. Bam.
Yeah, 11. Good. Yeah. You're able to start scrambling and working yourself up. You are able to get to the walkway if you wish. That's actually up. That's a walkway up high. So it's about.
Oh no, I wouldn't want to like skyline to like This side of
Yeah.
Thea, or
Yeah, so you're kind of crawling up the corner, and you're scampering up. You get overside, and then you're using like the ladder of the walkway too to even get down a little bit quick, not quicker, but more safely, more stealthily. You're able to then kind of hit downwards, moving softly. You can stare at the rangers on the opposite side of the fort, firing arrows, completely distracted.
All right, that'll do it.
Othala, you're up next.
All right. Just gonna climb over the wall.
Okay. Go make an athletics, please.
Athletics.
4. As you begin to scamper up, your feet slip, falling down. You're unable to climb the wall. Boots covered in tar, your hands just not able to get the handholds this round.
So I'll move here to this corner area. And the moment they attack one of the targets, I'll fire off Toll the Dead.
Okay.
And I'll turn.
All right, Dirty Joe, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna move over here and clamber over the wall. That's an athletics check, right?
Correct. Yeah, no worries. You're able to get up and over.
So that, I think that's the injured guy on the left, right?
The creatures that I don't think you would have the angle to know before moving over the wall which one was hit, and the one that actually is wounded is pretty low in stature, and they're actually kind of in almost like, I would say 3/4 cover. I mean, obviously, if sharpshooters, they're able to hit them near the head and the neck region, but you can't see where their wounds are, right? So the wounds that they had dealt are below your threshold of vision.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm just going to target the guy on the left.
Okay.
Go ahead and turn sharpshooter on. See if I can't take this guy out with maximum damage.
Okay.
Where is my... Flare spray. And longbow.
All right, firing off the longbow, 24 is going to hit. And that deals a total of 26 total points of damage. As the arrow lands into the center left of its chest, the charm and the incapacitation is ended. As they have taken damage.
Okay, and second attack.
Okay. Firing off the secondary attack, a 15 is unable to land. Now, waking up from the stupor of charm, they then duck underneath the second arrow, zips behind him, lands into the stool behind.
Lucky.
Okay, go ahead and make
this guy down.
Go ahead and roll a d20 for me, just flat. All right, with the 14 plus your mons, that will hit. 22 total points of damage is dealt there. As that lands, you can see another arrow in a similar pace. As what was happened to the stool is not. Luck pans out and lands. They then falter to a half knee, gasping for air as blood is gurgling and bubbling outside of their lungs into their mouth. They're still alive, but barely.
All right. Whispering back, finish that guy off on the left. He's almost down.
So I'll go ahead and go for your hold action. Alright. Creature has failed. Its DC 17 set. Takes 16 points of necrotic damage. You see as it dodges underneath, it lifts up, the head bubbles and skirks, then twists the neck, eyes go white, and they fall over dead.
Gonna move over here, and we'll hold the firebolt for just waiting for the heavy hitters to start whacking. So like once like Thea or Costas or Joe attacks, then we'll let it go.
Okay. Alright, Costas, you're up next.
Okay, I'm going to bolt over the wall to right next to Thea.
Okay, go ahead and make an athletics check for me.
Okay, let's take a nat one. I think good.
Let's say get a natural one. Oh, 16. Yeah, you're fine. So you get over to the corner, you climb up, then hop down. Your movement speed at this point, I'm gonna probably say is you don't have any left, right? Because you had to make way to the corner, then hop over and down. You can see that one is still in a stupor. Their wounds now in the lower body. You can see them down there.
Okay. They're in stupor. Yeah. Well, plus the yeah. Okay. I'll be two-handing the Warhammer with Great Weapon Master.
Okay.
Or actually, without Great Weapon Master. For the first hit, without Great Weapon Master.
Okay.
So two-handing it. I think it's V for that. For D10. Why'd I get advantage on that? I don't want to
Either
get.
way.
I
The
don't
first-
know. It doesn't. It doesn't. I
Roll with
yeah. I
me,
don't
though.
know why you
Well, it was.
you got advantage.
I think
It's
I think that was an accident, but the nat 20 was.
The first one.
not an accident. Are you attacking on?
I think it was an accident, but the nat 20 was first roll.
Are you smiting?
Yes, I am smiting. Although it'd be overkill to do anything more than first level.
Pew pew.
A spell now, right? Yeah. Spell. Divine Smite first level. Which that will be.
Calculates it for you, bud.
Yeah.
Yep. You can settle down. 46 total points of damage. Come across, clubbing their head, smash it inwards, breaks off the head a little bit, and they topple down the stairway, rolling down. Look at Lucas's face right now.
I'm so happy. It's been so long.
Non-lethal damage.
I was curious, like, should I do this non-lethal? But I was like, oh, we're in a rush. Just. Okay, let's get going. Costas is purposely making his voice deeper.
I'm sure. Costas, so you have no more movement left,
Yeah, he's
unfortunately.
very aware of that.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to open it.
All right, ending turn. We now come to Soren. Soren is going to be making way over to the corner, just getting blocking line of sight, then making an athletics check here. Try to get up and over the wall. They get an 11, so they're successful. They're able to hop over. It's pretty much the rest of their movement speed at that point. And then as an action, they simply take the dodge. But there's no reason to have initiative at this point, as the enemies that did detect you are no longer. So we're simply going to be ending the combat round. And as you all begin to funnel through, you see that Costas, Felix, there. I like how these rangers just pop up. It's super funny. You see that there is a door made of rickety wood that's been crisscrossed together, as well as a handle that could be kind of like a gate handle. It could be turned up and then slid a little bit to perhaps be opened. There could be a lock on the other side. It's unclear. And you're simply staring at that as the full array of the arrows on the other side of the fort are being sent and fired. Time is a limiting factor. Your perceptions are from below. And you do indeed hear there are more enemies below. You can hear movements from the staircase echoing up. Distance and relative to you, there's some time here. What do you all do?
If it's dark in there, I have taken a spell to account for that.
I cast invisibility and Costas and move towards the door.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Well, I vault
making my
over
way
this
to the
wall.
day after that.
Oh my
boy.
god, so many invisibilities.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's real over.
so,
Telepathically, yeah, the door's locked.
so
All right. I will attempt to open the door.
Okay. So Costas was the only one put under invisibility, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So Costas put in invisibility there. You make way towards the door. Go ahead and make,
Mhm.
go ahead and make a Thieves' Tools check.
Weird. My thieves tools.
All right. See invisibility cast it out. 60 feet of range. Using Thieves' Tools, 22 is successful. You work underneath the handle, feel that there's a bolt on the other side. You begin to turn and move the bolts. Upon that, you can now hear coming through the door, now that you're crouched down there and listening with intent, is the sounds of snoring. You can hear snoring happening.
Yeah, okay. Mental link. They're sleeping. And then I'll open the door.
Okay. So, unlocking the door and swinging it open, you can see a purplish hag wrapped in a bunch of different blankets with a night dress draped nearby upon the chest that's slightly open. There's some shelving units, a small kitchenette, dining table, a stove piped through the rock. There's a chest underneath the bed. Soft, kind of warm rocks lay into this interior space of a rock that's been kind of this whole kind of cavernous thing that's been kind of made and constructed. It's almost like they've taken this large rock and they've kind of grinded it out over time to make a domed-like shelter. They don't notice you. They're sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
Quietly now, get in position. She's here. Wait till everybody gets in the room, and then I'll shut the door behind them. On 3, we should attack. Everybody getting ready to position. You do it, and we just take her out before she wakes up.
I'm lighting up fire arrows.
I've got both swords ready to go.
I'm gonna do a two-handed attack with my great hammer.
Try not to get noise.
Catapult at 5th level. And it's a spoon.
I guess I tried to attack.
Whoa, wait, everyone, stop throwing things out. Oh my God. So,
Like, I'm not ready yet.
you all get in position here, setting yourself, lighting arrows, getting your spoon out for catapult. You see them softly rubbing in the blanket, making little muttering noises. This is a 6'7", like purplish hag with these intricate runic tattoos. We're draped of a headdress of black that's been kind of turned and twisted and braided and dreaded. They have a long, crooked, purplish nose, and the eyes are closed right now. And they're just softly laying there, snoring and whispering to themselves. There is no indication of what is going to happen next. As you all prepare yourselves to attack, rising your weapons up and getting ready, they softly begin to roll over. And that's where we're going to go into the session.
Murder is imminent.
Murder.
Danger.
Murder. All right. Going to calculate experience points for all of you. It's like,
That was great.
You made it, guys.
We did
I
it.
have to say, I think that's the closest thing I've ever had to like a D&D stealth operation, but actually worked.
yeah, except
Usually-
you, like, you made
ruined it.
noise.
Yeah, you.
Just happened to be that the distraction was, in addition to the stealth, was beneficial.
Yeah, like usually just stealth goes terribly in D&D. That's what I'm just saying. Like it's at least if you're trying to infiltrate. Like it.
Can't
I
control
mean,
all the
for
time around you.
paladins.
It's a lot.
I think we just need to have you hang back like 100 feet from now on, and the minute we actually get where we're trying to go, we'll just teleport you in.
Or we could just
you
pad
don't
his armor.
move.
We could pad his armor so he doesn't clink anymore.
Yeah.
There's an idea.
Cover my
Fell
armor.
forward, right? They
Yeah.
heard us, but we handled it
Yeah.
before
Or
everybody
just-
got attention.
Just get me mithril armor, so that way I don't get disadvantage on stealth checks.
You could.
You're
you have
rich.
money. Yeah, you're rich.
Buy your own damn armor.
Being get to do that now.
You know what? If I see an option to get mithril, I'll get mithril. Okay.
Good
Please
plan.
do.
We don't need clangety clang following us everywhere.
Or at least I'll get like a set of mithril that I can like wear on like stealth operations.
I do have to say, this
Or
is
just
you,
always.
Wear it all the time.
I would probably say that this party that I've played with, I think you're reaching probably the most like stealthiest approaches in terms of the gameplay. So wouldn't hurt Lucas to put on some mithril to complement that strategy.
Yeah, yeah.
Do that, guys.
Seriously,
We're
considering it.
competent.
We're
Mostly.
quiet people,
All
mostly.
right, so we have 1,585 experience each, but you had 16,210 experience total.
Sweet.
We're growing.
Oh yeah.
We're almost 11 years old.
I feel like Zell. The more power. I can't wait for level 10.
Okay. So got
much for your
experience
level 10?
points assigned.
No.
Do we have any questions at all?
I actually seriously have a crafting question.
All right, so
I
I'm
gotta
gonna
go, guys. This was great.
Before-
I'll see you
yeah.
next
I'll-
Later, David.
See you, David. I'm gonna get clip stream
Before you
post
do
out.
that,
If you're watching these so much, really appreciate it. So we'll see you next week. Bye.
later.
Bye.
Bye.